Chapter 628. In the cafe opposite the hospital, Su Qingsang and Su Qinghui sat face to face. Su Qinghui looked a little more haggard than 2 days ago. Su Qingsang didn't know why he asked her to come. She thought Su Qinghui had returned to Lin City. "Dad? What can I do for you?" These words were really quite polite. The other party was her father. Couldn't he come to her for no reason? Su Qinghui naturally heard it, and looked a little embarrassed. "Nothing. I have a plane ticket back to Lin City tomorrow, so I wanted to come and see you." "Thank you." Su Qinghui looked at his daughter in front of him. Su Peijin looked like his mother, but Su Qingsang and Su Yusin looked like him. Su Yusin looked more like Li Qianxue. The shape of Su Qingsang's face was actually a bit like Li Qianxue's. He lowered his head, and thought of what he had overheard when he entered the hospital. "I heard that you're pregnant?" Su Qingsang glanced at him. She didn't expect him to know about this. "Yes, I'm pregnant." She didn't want to hide it. Since he already knew, there was nothing she couldn't say. It was a good thing anyway. Okay. Su Qinghui couldn't find anything else to say. When I went to your hospital just now, I heard your colleagues discussing it. I think they said it's twins?" "Yes." "Good. That's great." Su Qinghui didn't know what else to say. "I've never taken care of a pregnant woman before. I don't know what you need to eat or use at this time." "You?" "Dad, I'm a doctor." Su Qingsang looked at his embarrassed look, but her mood didn't change. "I know how to take care of myself. Don't worry." Su Qinghui nodded repeatedly. He thought of another thing. "Does your mother know you're pregnant?" "Not yet." Su Qingsang didn't have time to say. "I ate out yesterday and didn't video call my mother. I'll tell her today." Su Qinghui nodded. His lips moved, and he wanted to say something, but he stopped in the end. There was silence again. Su Qinghui picked up the coffee in front of him, and took a sip. The black coffee was a little bitter. "Qingsang." "Yes. Can I come to see you when your child is born?" "Why not?" It was the first time that Su Qingsang had seen Su Qinghui being so cautious. "You're their grandfather. Of course, you can visit them." Su Qinghui's expression changed a little because of her words. He lowered his head and felt complicated. "I went to see Peijin yesterday." Su Qinghui couldn't help but feel emotional when he thought of his daughter, whom he had doted on for more than 20 years, ending up like that. "She didn't want to see me. She didn't want to see me. I had to think of a way to see her." Su Qinghui didn't need Su Qingsang's response. He just wanted to talk to someone. Since when did he not even have someone to talk to by his side? "I don't know when it started, but I've been thinking about it. Did I do something wrong?" This kind of thinking finally reached its peak, after the two of you changed back. "I know it's my fault, irreparable, but I didn't know it would bring about such serious consequences." Su Qingsang didn't comment. They were all adults, and it wasn't something that could be explained away by being impulsive. Everyone had to pay the price for their actions, no matter who it was. "She looks good." Saying good was just a comforting word. How good could she be in such a place? "Qingsang, I've already persuaded her. I want her to serve her sentence well. Try to get her sentence reduced, and then come out as soon as possible." Su Qingsang didn't respond. Hopefully. She had never regarded Su Peijin as an enemy. She hadn't in the past, and she wouldn't in the future. As long as she didn't provoke her. Even if she wasn't very willing to get along with her like a normal sister, she was willing to live in peace with her. After Su Qinghui finished speaking, he didn't get a response from Su Qingsang. He was a little disappointed. He looked up at Su Qingsang with a somewhat uneasy expression. "Qingsang, do you still hate me?" "No." Su Qingsang had never hated Su Qinghui. "Dad, you're thinking too much. I was wrong for so many things in the past. It's only right for you to hate me." Su Qingsang was silent. She couldn't respond to this. "Dad, I don't hate you." There was a bit of resentment, a bit of blame, but not hatred. Su Qinghui looked up at her. Her eyes were clear and innocent. He believed that she really didn't hate him. Unfortunately, just because she didn't hate him didn't mean that others didn't hate him. For example, Li Qianxue. "But your mother hates me very much." Su Qingsang couldn't respond to this. Li Qianxue hated him as much as she loved him in the past. It was normal for her to hate him. Su Qinghui also seemed to realize that it wasn't appropriate to say this to his daughter. Do you have time tonight? Let's have dinner together. Call Hu Jingyao too. I promised to treat my colleagues to dinner tonight. Su Qinghui looked disappointed. Su Qingsang lowered her head, thought for a moment, and added, they're all colleagues in our department. If you don't mind, why don't you come together? Su Qinghui's eyes lit up. He looked at Su Qingsang in disbelief. Qingsang, Hu Jingyao will come too. My colleagues are all very nice, and usually take good care of me. They're all very happy that I'm pregnant this time. That's why I said I'd treat them to dinner. It's my duty, it's my duty. Then will it be inconvenient? No, it's not inconvenient. When Hu Jingyao saw Su Qinghui in the evening, he was a little surprised. He glanced at Su Qingsang, who was greeting her colleagues, into the private room. Everyone in the department had come, and the big table was full. Hu Jingyao, Su Qingsang, and Su Qinghui sat at the top. This was Tang Mohan's family's property, so the environment and dishes were not ordinary. When the others saw Hu Jingyao, they were a little restrained at first, but they soon let go. Hu Jingyao had previous experience, so he didn't drink a drop of wine. Su Qinghui, on the other hand, ate a lot. He toasted every colleague of Su Qingsang, thanking them for taking care of Su Qingsang, and asking them to continue to take care of her in the future. Su Qingsang looked at Su Qinghui's actions, and didn't say anything. She just scooped a bowl of soup for Su Qinghui when he sat down. That was a casual gesture. Su Qinghui looked at her, but his eyes were a little hot. The meal was a happy one for both the host and the guest. Hu Jingyao was very sober, but Su Qinghui drank too much. In the end, Hu Jingyao and Su Qingsang sent him back to the hotel. Hu Jingyao held the hairdryer and dried Su Qingsang's hair. Her eyes were half closed, as if she was enjoying his service. Are you tired? No. She didn't move much today. How could she be tired? Why is your dad here today? He came to me in the afternoon, and heard about my pregnancy. He asked if I was free to have dinner with him tonight. He said he was going back to Lin City tomorrow, so I called him. Hu Jingyao could guess that was probably the result. I thought you hated him. I don't. She looked at Hu Jingyao in the mirror. Why do you all think I hate him? You don't hate him. Only when you have expectations for a person will you hate him. If you don't have expectations for a person, you won't hate him. Su Qingsang's hair was almost dry. She turned to look at Hu Jingyao. Why does my mother hate my father so much? It's because she always had expectations for my father. She thought that one day she could move my father and make him fall in love with her. That's why she hated him so much when she knew that my father couldn't love her and would only hurt her. But I'm different. Ever since I was a child, I never had expectations for my father. Perhaps there was, but it had been too long. That kind of expectation disappeared without a trace in the end. I always knew that the person he liked the most was Su Peijian, then Yusin. So after I tried a few times, I gave up. I knew that he would never put me in the same position as Su Peijian in his life. I also knew that I would never put him in the position of a father in my life. Because I didn't have expectations, no matter what he did, I wasn't surprised. At most, it's a little uncomfortable. After all, even being treated like that by a stranger would be a little uncomfortable. But it's only a little uncomfortable. Once it's over, it doesn't matter anymore. After all, she didn't care that much about Su Qinghui's thoughts. So it wasn't about whether she hated him or not. Hu Jingyao didn't say anything. He bent down and gently hugged Su Qingsang, placing his hand on her abdomen. Su Qingsang felt his movements and put her hand on his. It was still flat. Hu Jingyao, I think we will definitely be a very good pair of parents. Right? She wouldn't let her children grow up like her. She believed that Hu Jingyao wouldn't let them grow up like he did when he was a child. Of course. Hu Jingyao looked at her attentively, feeling the temperature of her abdomen. We are different from our parents. Yes, we are different from them. Her and Hu Jingyao's children would definitely receive a lot of care and love. Li Qianxue also knew about Su Qingsang's pregnancy. She was so happy that she said she would fly to Rong City to see her. Not only did she come, but Old Master Li and Su Yusin also came. If it weren't for the fact that they still had things to do in Lin City, they would probably still want to live in Rong City, until Su Qingsang gave birth. It wasn't easy to convince Li Qianxue to not worry so much. After sending Li Qianxue off, Su Qingsang focused her energy on the examination at the end of the month. This was the disadvantage of being a doctor. Every year, she had to submit papers and take various examinations. She was so busy that she slowly ignored the discomfort in her body. Hua Jinyao was very worried about her, but she refused to rest and insisted on continuing to work. He had no choice but to hire a nutritionist at home and specially told Auntie Yu to follow the nutritionist's instructions. Lu Tongjia and Old Master also came to see them from time to time, but Su Qingsang herself didn't have any awareness of being pregnant at all. She did what she had to do. She didn't skip any outpatient or surgery. Time passed by for another half a month, and Rong City entered September. Su Qingsang's pregnancy had already passed the first 3 months. It was considered stable. Hua Jinyao didn't feel at ease letting her be happy now, even if she repeatedly said that many people still drove until they gave birth. He was the one who drove her to and from work every day. Su Qingsang couldn't argue with him, so she had no choice but to agree. One morning, Su Qingsang went to the bathroom to vomit again. She had been fine for the past month, and there was no sign of vomiting at all. Hua Jinyao thought that the previous time was a coincidence, but in the past few days, he realized that he was overthinking. "Why are you vomiting like this?" Hua Jinyao stood behind Su Qingsang and gently patted her back with one hand. "You were fine for the past month, weren't you?" Su Qingsang didn't speak. She was feeling very uncomfortable and didn't have the time to speak. She actually roughly knew why. When Li Qianxue came to Rong City, she didn't want her to worry. Therefore, she suppressed the thought of vomiting. Later, she was busy with her exams and writing her thesis. She was distracted by foreign affairs, so naturally, her attention was diverted. She had just handed in her thesis yesterday. If there were no accidents, it would probably pass. When one relaxed, the body's reaction naturally came. "I asked Auntie Yu to cook porridge this morning. Can you eat it now?" Ever since Su Qingsang got pregnant, Hua Jinyao had asked Auntie Yu to stay with him. As long as she was at home, he would let her cook 3 meals a day. Su Qingsang nodded. She couldn't not eat. She got up to eat, but just as she picked up the bowl and ate a few mouthfuls, the nausea made her rush to the bathroom again. She vomited even more than before. From that day on, Hua Jinyao realized that Su Qingsang's hard days had come. She almost vomited everything she ate. No matter how bland the food was, she would vomit it after eating it. Hua Jinyao saw this and was extremely anxious. "Why don't we go to the doctor?" Hua Jinyao looked at Su Qingsang, whose face was pale from vomiting. He really didn't know how to stop her from vomiting or make her feel better. Su Qingsang lay in front of the toilet and waved her hand. She was really uncomfortable now. She had reached the point where she could vomit even when drinking water. "Wife." She had been vomiting like this for a week. In just a few days, she had lost a lot of weight. Not only had she lost weight, but her face had also lost all color. Su Qingsang stood up and supported herself with one hand in front of the bathroom counter. She looked at Hua Jinyao and said in a very weak voice, "Hua Jinyao, I'm a doctor myself. You want me to see a doctor? But how can you do this?" Su Qingsang rinsed her mouth. She didn't expect her morning sickness to be so severe. "Let's eat first. You've already vomited like this. Are you sure you can still eat?" "If I can't eat, I'll force myself to eat. If I really can't, I can only go to the hospital for an infusion." Su Qingsang said it very calmly, but Hua Jinyao felt his heart ache. He never knew that pregnancy was so hard. Previously, Su Qingsang didn't vomit after that day. He thought it was just an occasional occurrence. But this week, he realized that he had rejoiced too early. Su Qingsang returned to the dining table and looked at the dishes on the table. She still had no appetite. "Wife." Seeing her like this, Hua Jinyao wanted to say that he should just give up the child. "It's okay. I'll try again." Su Qingsang picked up the bowl as she spoke. She forced herself to drink the bowl of porridge. Hua Jinyao looked at her nervously. Seeing that she had finished the bowl of porridge, he didn't even have time to breathe a sigh of relief before Su Qingsang stood up again and headed towards the bathroom. This time, Hua Jinyao's face turned green. He followed her to the bathroom and found that Su Qingsang had vomited everything she had just eaten. Hua Jinyao really couldn't calm down now. Wife. Su Qingsang was indeed very uncomfortable. Her instincts shouldn't be something she could control. She wanted to vomit no matter what she smelled. Anything she smelled made her stomach turn. She waved her hand, and her face was extremely pale. She had hardly eaten anything serious for the past week. Hua Jinyao reached out to help her. She didn't refuse. The two of them returned to the sofa in the living room and sat down. Auntie Yu came out of the kitchen and saw Su Qingsang like this. Her heart ached. What should we do? Madam can't eat anything. Why don't I make you some egg custard? Su Qingsang waved her hand. Don't bother. I don't have an appetite. Madam, you can't do this. You're not alone. There are 3 of you. Auntie Yu also knew that Su Qingsang was pregnant with twins. She had been fine for the past half a month, but she had vomited like this in the past few days. Her heart ached when she saw it. Su Qingsang knew, but she really couldn't eat. She looked at the time and didn't go to work today. I'll go back to my room and sleep for a while. You're not eating breakfast. No. I'll vomit it out even if I eat. Su Qingsang didn't expect the child to be so good at tormenting her. She went back to the bed and lay down. Hua Jinyao followed behind her and watched her sleep with a face full of worry. After leaving the room, Hua Jinyao called others one by one. Even if Su Qingsang was a doctor, doctors didn't treat themselves since ancient times. Perhaps she still had to find someone else for her problem. Lu Tongjia came not long after receiving his call. She saw the worry on Hua Jinyao's face. She ran to see Su Qingsang. She was still asleep. After she got pregnant, she was more sleepy than before. Previously, she had to take the exam and write the thesis, so she forced herself to be energetic and busy. Now that she was done, she also relaxed. You haven't eaten properly for a week, and you're only telling me now? Qingsang didn't let me say it. Hua Jinyao was also very helpless. She said she's a doctor. She understands everything. She understands everything. Why doesn't she eat? Lu Tongjia was furious. She couldn't help but raise her hand and pat Hua Jinyao on the shoulder. How did you take care of her? Mom. Hua Jinyao wanted to beg for mercy. When the mother and son talked about Su Qingsang, their tones were equally worried. Unknowingly, there was a little more intimacy. However, Lu Tongjia wasn't a doctor. She came to keep an eye on Su Qingsang and let her eat properly. However, Su Qingsang was destined to let her down. She woke up at noon and sat at the dining table. In front of her stood Hua Jinyao, Ms. Yu and Lu Tongjia. Su Qingsang, who was being stared at by them, felt great pressure. Looking at the light dishes on the table that Lu Tongjia had personally ordered, she forced herself to eat some. She ate half a bowl of rice and drank a bowl of soup. Hua Jinyao breathed a sigh of relief. It was indeed beneficial to have Lu Tongjia come over. However, his relief only lasted for less than a minute. The moment Su Qingsang put down the bowl, she rushed to the bathroom again. This time, she almost spat out the yellow bile. When she came out of the bathroom, her legs were weak, and she felt indescribably weak. Wife. Qingsang. Madam? Su Qingsang looked at the concerned faces of the people in front of her and smiled bitterly. I'm sorry. I really tried my best. If she couldn't eat, she couldn't eat. If she wanted to vomit, she wanted to vomit. This was really out of her control. Lu Tongjia and Hua Jinyao looked at each other. What should we do? Lu Tongjia was also helpless. Do we really have to go to the hospital for an infusion? You're a doctor yourself. You should know that it's not good for your health. Of course, Su Qingsang knew that. She shook her head and said, No infusion. I'll endure it for a while. I'll eat it later. She was a doctor and knew many ways, such as ginger juice and applesauce. She had tried it 2 days ago. At that time, she could suppress it, but when it was time to eat, she still vomited whatever she ate. In the end, Su Qingsang drank some soup. Because she didn't eat much, she finally didn't vomit anymore. However, she refused to eat again. Hua Jinyao looked anxious. In the evening, Lu Tongjia asked Ms. Yu to make more dishes. With so many dishes, she had to find one that Su Qingsang could eat without vomiting, right? It was still useless. Hua Jinyao felt that his hair was about to fall out. At night, Su Qingsang had already fallen asleep. However, he couldn't sleep. Looking at Su Qingsang's pale face, he came out of the room and went to the living room. Lu Tongjia didn't sleep either. She couldn't sleep either. Su Qingsang's reaction in the past few days was really worrying. You've only just arrived, and you already have such a big reaction. You have 2 more in your stomach. What will happen if this continues? No matter how much Lu Tongjia didn't like Su Qingsang before, she began to accept her after hearing what her son said. Not to mention that Su Qingsang was pregnant now. Twins. The happier she was before, the more worried she was now. Hu Jingyao sat still. Lu Tongjia didn't like him like this. She patted the back of his hand and said, "Think of a way." What could he think of? He tried his best to coax Su Qingsang to eat every day. But could she blame him for not being able to eat? You're really useless. Lu Tongjia was so angry that she couldn't help but despise her son. I'm useless, but you are. Think of a way. Lu Tongjia cleared her throat and said, "What can I think of? When I gave birth to you, you were much more obedient in my stomach." Hu Jingyao rarely heard Lu Tongjia talk about the past. In fact, Lu Tongjia rarely talked about the past. Now that she talked about it, there was no pain on her face. Instead, there was a hint of nostalgia. When you were in my stomach, you didn't mess with me. You were all very obedient. Especially Wushuang. From beginning to end, she didn't react at all. After she was born, she was also very obedient and sensible. It was the first time in more than 10 years that Hu Jingyao talked about his brother and sister to Lu Tongjia. Chapter 629. When Su Qingsang got up in the morning, she vomited for a long time as usual. Wife. Hu Jingyao didn't go to work for a few days. Every day, he would ask Yang Wenchang to bring work to his house. As soon as Su Qingsang arrived, he got up. "How are you?" Su Qingsang waved her hand, got up, washed up, and tidied herself up. She was in good spirits this morning. "Are you hungry? You haven't eaten well these past few days. Let's go have breakfast, shall we?" Su Qingsang didn't even want to hear the word eat, because she really had no desire to eat at all. "Honey, maybe you'll like the breakfast today. Let's go." Su Qingsang glanced at him suspiciously. After washing up, she followed him out of the room. There were a few small plates on the dining table, and a pot of porridge next to them. A bowl of porridge was placed in front of her. Hu Jingyao gestured for her to sit down. She looked at the breakfast, and then at Hu Jingyao. "Come try it." She sat down and picked up her chopsticks. It was a very light bowl of vegetable and shredded pork porridge. The vegetables were finely chopped, the chicken shreds were shredded, and the porridge was cooked until it was soft and smelled very fragrant. She took a sip, and surprisingly didn't feel nauseous. That familiar smell gave her a faint gas. Until the bowl of porridge was empty, he didn't feel like vomiting, nor did he feel nauseous. She filled another bowl for herself. Together with the side dishes on the table, there were pickled vegetables and pickled radishes. There are turnips. She ate 2 bowls of porridge in a row and didn't feel nauseous. When she finished the second bowl, her eyes felt a little warm and sour. She blinked her eyes and suppressed the urge to cry. "How is it?" Hu Jingyao looked at her nervously. "Is it delicious?" It was delicious and very appetizing. She really didn't feel like vomiting anymore. "Do you want another bowl? You haven't eaten well these past few days." Su Qingsang didn't object. She ate half a bowl of porridge with the side dishes. Half an hour after the meal, she didn't feel like vomiting again. Hu Jingyao let out a long sigh of relief. However, he was still a little worried. "Are you going to throw up now?" "Yes." Su Qingsang nodded heavily. She looked up at Hu Jingyao and asked, Where is she?" "He went to buy groceries." Hu Jingyao knew what she was asking, so he said softly, "She said she would cook some local dishes for you." Su Qingsang's eyes began to water again. Hu Jingyao sat down next to her, took her hand, and wrapped it in his palm. "Don't cry. Not good for children. Didn't you say so? Do you need to do prenatal education?" Su Qingsang was pregnant, and Hu Jingyao always asked her what to pay attention to. He had too many questions. One by one, he thought of another. Su Qingsang didn't know how to answer him. She went to the hospital and found 2 manuals for pregnant women for him to read. Hu Jingyao didn't know anything before. Only after reading a book did he know that prenatal education was required when the child was still in the womb. I'm not crying. Su Qingsang sniffled. She just wanted to cry. You told her? Yes. Su Qingsang didn't ask again. She tasted the porridge on the table and knew that it was Xiang Caiping's cooking. At that time in Lin City, she had always made some local specialties for her to eat. At that time, Xiang Caiping thought that she wouldn't like it and was nervous for a long time. Every time she wanted to help her cook, she would ask for her opinion first. Later, when she saw that she wasn't picky and really liked to eat, she slowly let go of her courage. She made more and more. Su Qingsang put down her chopsticks and glanced at Hu Jinniao. When did she come? She came early this morning. Hu Jinniao went to find Xiang Caiping last night and told her about Su Qingsang's pregnancy. Xiang Caiping was a little surprised that Su Qingsang was pregnant. In the past, she had mentioned it so many times in Lin City, but she didn't see Su Qingsang pregnant. Now that they had nothing to do with each other, she was pregnant. She didn't say anything, nor did she express anything. Hu Jinniao had no choice but to tell her the truth. He said that Su Qingsang was pregnant and vomited everything she ate. She had lost a lot of weight and hadn't eaten properly for a few days. At that time, Xiang Caiping only asked him to come back first. He thought that she didn't want to come to see Su Qingsang and didn't want to help. He didn't expect Xiang Caiping to come early this morning. She made those dishes last night and brought them over. She came over early this morning to make the porridge. Su Qingsang looked up at him. Why did you think of looking for her? She had always thought that Hu Jinniao didn't want to see Xiang Caiping. It's all because of you. I really have no choice. Su Qingsang vomited everything she ate. He had tried all kinds of methods. She was a doctor herself, but she couldn't cure her morning sickness. When Lu Tongjia mentioned it yesterday, he remembered that when they were in Lin City, Su Qingsang liked to eat Xiang Caiping's dishes very much. She especially liked some of the pickled dishes that Xiang Caiping made. Yesterday, when Lu Tongjia was talking about it, he thought that Su Qingsang was from Lin City. Maybe she wanted to eat the specialties of Lin City. Su Qingsang looked at the back of his wheat-colored hand. The joints were distinct, slender and strong. Did I make things difficult for you? He also made things difficult for the auntie. It's not difficult. Hu Jinniao lifted her hand and kissed her fingertips. As long as it can make you eat, anything is fine. He was serious when he said that. Her reaction in the past week had really scared Hu Jinniao. He almost didn't dare to think about what he would do if she continued like this throughout the pregnancy. Su Qingsang smiled and put her face close to Hu Jinniao's shoulder. Hu Jinniao, thank you. Silly. Why are you thanking me? Hu Jinniao's hand touched her abdomen. It had been 3 months. Maybe because they were twins, he could already feel a slight bulge. When Xiang Caiping entered the door, she was carrying a large bag of ingredients in her hand. Su Qingsang stood up and looked at her with a complicated expression. Auntie? Yes. Xiang Caiping responded softly. Auntie, you took the ingredients from her hand. I'll go wash the vegetables first. Xiang Caiping didn't object. She stood there and looked at Su Qingsang. Because of her pregnancy, her face was a little pale. She hadn't eaten well for a while, and she looked a lot thinner. How are you? Can your body take it? Su Qingsang nodded. She had a good foundation, so naturally, there was nothing she couldn't take. Have you had breakfast? Xiang Caiping looked in the direction of the dining room as she spoke. Hu Jinniao answered for her. Yes, I ate 2 bowls of porridge. Xiang Caiping nodded, obviously relieved. It's good that you can eat it. I'll make sour bamboo shoots for you today. And sour beans. How about that? Xiang Caiping listed a few more dishes, all of which were local dishes in Lin City. In the past, when she was with Su Qingsang, she often cooked for her. Okay. It wasn't that Su Qingsang hadn't thought about eating sour food recently, but every time she ate it, she still felt nauseous and vomited. However, after hearing Xiang Caiping's list of dishes, she didn't feel nauseous at all. Instead, she had quite an appetite. Then you rest first. Xiang Caiping went to the kitchen, and Su Qingsang wanted to follow her to help. But Xiang Caiping stopped her. The kitchen is very smoky and greasy. It's better if you don't go. Have a good rest. Eat more at noon to nourish your body. Look at you, you've lost weight. Su Qingsang felt a little sore at the tip of her nose. She nodded heavily and said, "Okay." Xiang Kaiping didn't say anything else, and went to the kitchen to help. After she left, Su Qingsang reached out and hugged Hu Jingyao, rubbing her face against his chest. "Auntie is so nice." Yeah. No matter what, Su Peijian was sent to prison by him. But now that Xiang Kaiping was willing to come, even Hu Jingyao had to admit that he might have been a petty person before. Lu Tongjia went to the old house early in the morning. Originally, she wanted to ask Aunt Zhou to help. However, when she brought Aunt Zhou over, Su Qingsang was already sitting at the dining table. Xiang Kaiping was afraid that she wouldn't be able to eat again, so she made 7 or 8 dishes. They were all light appetizers. They were very homely dishes, but Su Qingsang's appetite was very good. She ate 2 bowls of rice in a row. She didn't vomit after eating, which made everyone else feel relieved. Lu Tongjia didn't know Xiang Kaiping, so she thought that she was a chef hired by Hu Jingyao. Especially at this time, Xiang Kaiping was wearing an apron. Her face, which looked a little old and haggard because of Su Peijian's imprisonment, had not recovered. It was no wonder that Lu Tongjia misunderstood. "You're good at cooking. Qingsang likes your dishes so much. You should stay." Xiang Kaiping was stunned. Before she could say anything, Hu Jingyao spoke. "Mom." He didn't say anything unnecessary. One look made Lu Tongjia understand that Xiang Kaiping's identity might not be ordinary. "Mom, you eat first. After eating, we'll go buy some things. Qingsang needs them later." Lu Tongjia understood that her son had something to say to her, so she didn't refuse. Under Su Qingsang's invitation, she sat down and tasted Xiang Kaiping's cooking. To be honest, compared to the chef at home, it was really average. However, it was already very good that Su Qingsang was willing to eat it. After eating, Hu Jingyao took Lu Tongjia away under the excuse of buying things and sending Aunt Zhou home. "Aunt, you went to clean up the dishes." Su Qingsang looked at Xiang Kaiping and said apologetically, "Auntie, am I right? Jinyao's mother didn't do it on purpose." "It's okay." Xiang Kaiping had experienced so many things over the years, so she didn't mind this kind of thing. "It's not a big deal." The two of them sat on the sofa, facing each other in silence. Xiang Kaiping tried to find something to talk about. "I went to see Peijian again last month." Thinking of Su Peijian, she finally looked better. "She looks good, better than before. I don't know how she got over it. I heard that she's doing very well in prison. She has the education and the ability. The school in the prison said that she would be a teacher to teach the female prisoners. I think she's much more energetic than before." "Really? That's good." To be honest, she knew Su Peijian's ability. After all, she was a person who had been raised by Li Qianxue and Su Qinghui. "I think it's good too." She didn't say these things. It was the prison warden who said it. He said that as long as Su Peijian can continue like this, it's not impossible to reduce her sentence. Xiang Kaiping lowered her head and twisted her hands together. "Actually, I don't think about reducing her sentence now. I just hope that she can get over it and be good. Don't worry. Auntie, Peijian is a very smart person. She knows what's best for her. I think she will do well and try to reduce her sentence as soon as possible." She looked at Xiang Kaiping in silence. Su Qingsang reached out and held her hand. Her hand was no longer white and delicate. There were already fine lines. She felt a little sorry for her. "Auntie, thank you. Jinyao and I didn't take care of you about Peijian. I'm sorry. There's nothing to be sorry about." Xiang Kaiping had also gotten over it. Everyone bears their own responsibility. This is Peijian's own fault. She can't blame anyone else. I've also gotten over it. If she doesn't go in, with her stubborn personality, she might do more extreme things. That's good. Is that so? Lu Tongjia heard Hu Jinyao's words and didn't expect that. In that case, Xiang Kaiping is a broad-minded person. Yes. Hu Jinyao nodded. It's a pity that she was unlucky. She had such a daughter. As for Su Qinghui, he was an elder and Su Qingsang's father, so he didn't comment. But if you do this, your mother-in-law will be unhappy, right? Lu Tongjia immediately thought of this. Your mother-in-law has been at odds with Xiang Kaiping for so many years. But now you let Xiang Kaiping take care of Qingseng. Isn't that bad? For example, she takes care of Qingseng on the surface, but secretly. She wasn't being mean. In fact, if she were Xiang Kaiping, she would never want to see Su Qingseng and her husband. Mom, Auntie isn't that kind of person. You may know a person's face, but you don't know her heart. Besides, even if she has good intentions, what if your mother-in-law finds out? Have you ever thought that it might be another conflict? I've thought about it. How could Hu Jingyao not think about it? I've thought about it. How could Hu Jingyao not have thought about it? But I have no choice now. You saw it too. In the end, Qingseng treated Auntie differently. Qingseng is willing to eat the food she cooks. I don't have the mood to care about what my mother-in-law thinks now. I just want Qingseng to eat well. That was true. Lu Tongjia still felt that it was inappropriate. Fortunately, Li Qianxue was in Lin City, and not in Rong City. If one day she came to see Su Qingseng like she did last time, it would be wonderful. They might bump into each other. Who knew what would happen then? Lu Tongjia didn't have time to worry about what Li Qianxue would think if she found out. At night, she began to realize that something was wrong. During dinner, Xiang Kaiping cooked a few of Lin City's specialties. The dishes were really ordinary, but Su Qingseng loved them. She didn't vomit much that day, and she didn't feel nauseous. In the evening, Xiang Kaiping specially made a hot and sour soup and stir-fried diced meat, with the pickled bamboo shoots left over from lunch. Su Qingseng liked the two sour dishes very much. When she sat down, she asked Lu Tongjia and the others to eat together. Jingyao eat. Auntie eat. Auntie, you sit down and eat too. When she called her auntie, Lu Tongjia realized what was going on. Su Qingseng had been calling her auntie for nearly a year, because she didn't want to admit her identity before. Now that Xiang Kaiping was here, Su Qingseng also called her auntie. Who knew who she called her auntie? Su Qingseng also realized it. She looked at Xiang Kaiping and said, Auntie Xiang eat. That was the difference. However, Lu Tongjia's expression wasn't very good. She looked at Su Qingseng and wanted to say something, but she hesitated. In the end, she could only eat in silence. The atmosphere was a little awkward. After dinner, Lu Tongjia was going back to the old house. Su Qingseng could eat now and wouldn't vomit again, so she didn't have to worry so much. Auntie, you're going back? Since she was pregnant, Lu Tongjia had taken good care of her. Su Qingseng glanced at Hu Jingyao and said, You send Auntie back. No need, there's a driver. Let him stay and take care of you. Lu Tongjia didn't leave immediately after she finished speaking. She stood in the living room and stared at Su Qingseng. Su Qingseng felt uncomfortable under her stare and didn't know what she was going to do. Lu Tongjia looked around. Auntie Yu was cleaning up in the kitchen. Xiang Kaiping stayed in the guest room and went back to her room. There were only her, Hu Jingyao, and Su Qingseng in the living room. She cleared her throat, her expression a little serious. You're already 3 months pregnant. Don't you have to think about some things? Think about what? What did she have to think about? Lu Tongjia suppressed the embarrassment in her eyes, and her voice became a little stiff. The problem of how the child will be called after the child is born. The problem of how the child will be called after the child is born? Su Qingseng didn't quite understand and subconsciously looked at Hu Jingyao. However, Hu Jingyao didn't understand either. Lu Tongjia clenched her fists and released them again, forcing herself to look indifferent. The child in your stomach is my grandson or granddaughter, right? They're born and call me grandma, but you're still calling me auntie. What do you want others to think? Su Qingseng blinked and looked at Hu Jingyao again. Why are you looking at him? Lu Tongjia's voice was a little cold. You're going to give me a grandson. Do you still want to call me auntie? Su Qingseng finally understood what was going on. Her lips moved with a trace of uncertainty. But, didn't you tell me not to call you mom? Then why did I ask you to divorce Hu Jingyao? Why didn't you say so? Even Lu Tongjia felt embarrassed after saying that. She glared at Su Qingseng and said, Stupid. I don't know what Hu Jingyao likes about you. Such a stupid brain was really infuriating. Lu Tongjia turned around angrily and walked away. The expression on her face was not very good. Su Qingseng's expression was a little strange. Her lips moved, and when Lu Tongjia stepped out of the door, She took 2 steps forward. Mom, take care. Lu Tongjia had 1 foot out of the door. She suddenly heard the word mom and almost tripped over the door sill. She turned around and glared at Su Qingseng. Su Qingseng called her mom the first time, but she was much more comfortable the second time. It's getting late. Mom, go home and rest early. Don't worry about me. I don't need you to worry about me. You should take care of yourself. After saying that, Lu Tongjia felt that her tone was too harsh. Without looking at Su Qingseng, she said, don't always point to others about what you want to eat. Call me and I'll ask someone to make it for you. Thank you, Mom. I got it. Su Qingseng touched her nose and said, don't worry. If I want to eat something, I'll tell Jinyao. Lu Tongjia looked at her with a look of disgust. Stupid. Jinyao was Jinyao, and she was herself. How could they be the same? She was really stupid. How could she have such a stupid daughter-in-law? Lu Tongjia left with a look of disgust on her face. After entering the elevator, she thought of Su Qingseng calling her mom and couldn't help but smile. She was smart enough to see the light. She wasn't completely stupid. With a good lesson, she could still be the mistress of the Hua family in the future. Su Qingseng didn't care about the expression on Lu Tongjia's face. After the door closed, she glanced at Hua Jinyao. Her clear eyes had an inexplicable urge to laugh. Is your mom saying that she doesn't like it? She said she didn't like it, but she actually accepted it in her heart, right? Hua Jinyao had been watching silently for a long time. Now he burst into laughter. He put his arm around Su Qingseng's waist and leaned over to kiss her on the lips. Honey, you're amazing. Of course. Su Qingseng nodded and looked calm. I'm definitely amazing. If I wasn't, how could I have twins? Honey, I think I need to correct you about this. What? You're pregnant with twins. I'm the amazing one. Hua Jinyao looked serious. After all, if it weren't for my amazing seed, how could you have twins? Su Qingseng punched him on the chest. Hua Jinyao, that's enough. Prenatal education. Don't worry. They don't have ears yet. They can't hear it. Su Qingseng couldn't stand it anymore. They can't hear it, but I can. She turned to leave. Hua Jinyao hurriedly pulled her back. Are you angry? I'll go see Auntie. The guest room was just cleaned in the afternoon. He didn't know if Xiang Kaiping was used to it. Hua Jinyao looked at her back and thought of what Lu Tongjia said today. Xiang Kaiping came to take care of Su Qingseng with good intentions, but if Li Qinxue found out, it would really cause a storm. No matter what, right now all his focus was on Su Qingseng. He only hoped that she could be well. Xiang Kaiping officially lived in Hua Jinyao and Su Qingseng's house. Her cooking skills weren't very good, but she put in a lot of effort. Every day, she thought of ways to make delicious food for Su Qingseng. In addition to all kinds of Lin City dishes, she also improved the local dishes of Rong City. In addition to the 3 meals, she and Auntie Yu also studied some snacks. There were all kinds of flavors and ingredients. After asking the dietitian if they were edible, they tasted them and gave them to Su Qingseng. Su Qingseng went back to work after her infertility. Xiang Kaiping was afraid that she would be hungry. He had made a lot of snacks for her to take with her. It was also strange. Su Qingseng couldn't get used to eating outside at all, but she was quite comfortable eating the food and snacks Xiang Kaiping made. After a week, Su Qingseng's qi and blood finally improved a little under Xiang Kaiping's care. Her face had more color, and she had gained a little weight. Su Qingseng video called Li Qinxue every day. Under Hua Jinyao's instructions, she didn't mention a word about Xiang Kaiping. She also knew that this was not a long-term solution, but Li Qinshue's dislike for Xiang Kaiping came from the bottom of her heart. She didn't want Li Qinxue to be unhappy, nor did she want Xiang Kaiping to feel uncomfortable. Fortunately, Xiang Kaiping seemed to have a tacit understanding with Su Qingseng every day. When Su Qingseng video called Li Qinxue, she would go back to her room and stay there. Chapter 630. Su Qingseng entered the department with a bag in her hand. It was the dessert that Xiang Kaiping had prepared for her. Qingseng. Ling Fei touched her arm and clicked her tongue. I feel like I'm pregnant when you're pregnant. I've gained 1 kilogram in just 1 week. Su Qingsang brought these snacks to the hospital every day. It would be fine if she didn't bring enough. The problem was that Xiang Kaiping knew that Su Qingsang was at work. She couldn't let Su Qingsang do less. She would only let Su Qingsang bring Su Qingsang to the hospital after she had done a lot. In addition, Hua Jinyao had given her all kinds of seasonal fruits, so she could eat them whenever she wanted. There was now a cabinet in the hospital dedicated to Su Qingsang's snacks, and it was often full. It was impossible for Su Qingsang to eat so many snacks and fruits, so she successfully benefited the other colleagues in the department. It was not just their department. Even the pediatrics department downstairs knew that the gynecology and obstetrics department upstairs had the most snacks. Sometimes some doctors downstairs and upstairs would come over for some snacks. That's right. Yang Lu complained. I've gained 3 pounds. As she spoke, she pinched her lower abdomen. His face was full of resentment. If he didn't eat it, he wouldn't be able to endure it. If he ate it, he would get fat. What a dilemma. Su Qingsang looked at them and wanted to laugh. How can it be so exaggerated? It's that exaggerated. Ling Fei looked at the small cake that Su Qingsang had brought over today and said helplessly, Qingsang, if I keep eating like this, I'll probably end up like a pig. There was a faint smile on Su Qingsang's face. She had also gained a little weight. She didn't know how much, but she could feel that her face was a little chubbier, and her clothes were a little tighter. Recently, she had started to change into her sports clothes. To be honest, Xiang Kaiping's culinary skills could only be considered average. However, she was very clever and often had some ingenious ideas when it came to making snacks. Recently, she had even learned how to bake some snacks, and made more of them. When she was done, she asked Su Qingsang to bring them to the hospital and share them with other colleagues. Su Qingsang was in good spirits today. When she got up in the morning, she had a big appetite. He ate 2 bowls of porridge. He even ate a bowl of wontons. Last time, Xiang Kaiping made some wontons. The wontons she made were different from those on the streets. She was used to thinking up clever tricks. For example, mushroom powder was added to the wonton filling. She bought dried shiitake mushrooms, ground them into powder, and put them into the wonton. The wonton filling had the fragrance of shiitake mushrooms, but it wasn't too greasy. Coupled with the fact that the broth was cooked, it tasted especially good. Ever since Xiang Kaiping came to take care of her, her cooking skills had improved tremendously. Later, she found out that Su Qingsang liked to eat the wontons she made, so she simply made more and put them in the refrigerator to freeze. Su Qingsang could cook them whenever she wanted. When Su Qingsang was about to go to work after dinner, Xiang Kaiping stopped her. Next week is the Mid-Autumn Festival. I was thinking of making some mooncakes myself. Make your own mooncakes? Thinking of mooncakes, Su Qingsang remembered. Yes, the Mid-Autumn Festival was coming. She was 4 months pregnant. The fetus was slowly stabilizing and developing well. Its condition was not bad in all aspects. Aunt. Su Qingsang looked at Xiang Kaiping. She had taken good care of Xiang Kaiping for the past month, and her figure had grown a little plumper. It's too much trouble. Why don't we buy some for ourselves? I asked Jin Yao to check online, and he said it's not troublesome. It was very simple. As long as there was a mold, it would be fine. I was thinking, isn't tomorrow the weekend? If you're free, come with me to buy some raw materials. Xiang Kaiping glanced at Su Qingsang's belly. Your fetus has stabilized, so you need to move from time to time. I know. Su Qingsang was a doctor herself, so she paid attention to these things. When the plane landed in Rong City, Li Qinshua's expression was really a little ugly. She didn't expect to meet Su Qinghui on the plane when she came to Rong City to see her daughter on a whim. Seeing Su Qinghui, her mood was not good. Coincidentally, Su Qinghui's seat was actually next to her. She wanted to change seats, but she didn't want Su Qinghui to think that she was afraid of him. So she simply slept all the way to Rong City. However, when the plane landed, she couldn't pretend to be asleep anymore. She got up to get her luggage, but just as she raised her hand, Su Qinghui had already helped her take it down. Here. He saw her put the box down when he came just now, so he knew it was hers. You don't have to be nosy. Li Qinshu took the box from his hand, her expression very ugly. You're here to see Qingsang? Su Qinghui was also here to see Su Qingsang. It just so happened that there was some follow-up to the last cooperation, so he wanted to make a trip himself. He didn't expect to meet Li Qianxue. It was really an unexpected surprise. Ever since he heard that a man appeared in Li Qianxue's office last time, Su Qinghui wasn't not anxious, nor was he indifferent. He looked for her several times, but Li Qianxue ignored him. She didn't answer the phone, and she didn't see him. She didn't reply to his text messages. Her attitude was too firm. Su Qinghui was distressed, but he didn't dare to be too rash. He didn't expect that they would meet on the same flight. It was really fate. Li Qianxue didn't intend to respond to Su Qinghui's words, but he didn't give up and followed behind her after she left. Su Qinghui's footsteps were less than 5 steps behind Li Qianxue, and then it became 3 steps. Li Qianxue saw him following her from the corner of her eye, so she suddenly turned around. Her sharp eyes swept across Su Qinghui's face without hesitation. Why are you following me? I'm not following you. Isn't this the only way out of the airport? Is that so? Li Qianxue took a step to the side. Then you can leave first. No need, I'm not in a hurry. Li Qianxue naturally wasn't in a hurry either. She stood there without moving and stared at Su Qinghui, as if waiting for him to give in first. However, Su Qinghui was very patient. At this moment, there was no sign of him leaving first. There were other people behind her. Feeling the surrounding gazes, Li Qianxue was very angry and nodded hatefully. Good, very good. She didn't believe that when she left the airport, he would still be able to follow her. The VIP passage wasn't long. When Li Qianxue left the airport, the car she had arranged had already arrived to pick her up. The driver put her luggage in the car. Li Qianxue got in the car, and Su Qinghui, who was next to her, actually got in as well. Su Qinghui, what are you doing? Qingsang should have been pregnant for a few months. It's a good time for me to visit her, Su Qinghui said calmly. You should also be going to visit Qingsang, right? You don't mind if I hitch a ride with you, do you? I mind. Li Qianxue didn't give Su Qinghui any face at all. Get out of the car. I mind. I don't want to see you stay in my car. Then I'm really sorry. Su Qinghui rarely acted like a rascal. The car I called didn't come, so I'll have to trouble you. Su Qinghui. Li Qianxue looked at the driver in front of her. Without thinking, she raised the partition in the middle and turned to glare at Su Qinghui. There was a hint of anger in his deep voice. What do you want? I've said it before. I don't want to see you. Qianxue. Su Qinghui knew that Li Qianxue wouldn't forgive him easily, but he had no other choice. If being shameless could make Li Qianxue change her mind, then he didn't mind doing the things he hated and was most unwilling to do in the past. Qingsang is your daughter, and also my daughter. She's pregnant now. Isn't it normal for me to visit her? Li Qianxue pursed her lips into a straight line. She couldn't accept Su Qinghui's statement at all. Su Qinghui, I really don't know when you started treating Qingsang as your daughter. You don't have ulterior motives, do you? Qianxue. Su Qinghui knew that he no longer had any credibility in Li Qianxue's heart. However, he still felt a little uncomfortable when he heard her suddenly criticize him like this. Li Qianxue didn't care about him. The car continued to move forward. She turned her face away and didn't look at Su Qinghui. She didn't chase him away again, which made Su Qinghui heave a sigh of relief. Looking at Li Qianxue's beautiful side profile, his heart was moved. He was a normal man. In the past, because of his self-righteous hatred for Li Qianxue, even if he had needs, he would rather solve it himself. But one day, after recognizing his own feelings, he couldn't continue like this anymore. He often thought of Li Qianxue, thinking of her sleeping beside him for more than 20 years. In fact, many times, he would wake up in the middle of the night and look at Li Qianxue's sleeping face. However, at that time, he needed to constantly hypnotize himself that this woman was someone he hated and that he wouldn't be interested in. But now, he didn't need to hypnotize himself. He often thought of Li Qianxue. Now that she was in front of him, Su Qinghui subconsciously raised his hand and drew the outline of Li Qianxue's side profile in the air. His gaze was too eager, and his hand unconsciously moved forward a lot. Feeling that she was being watched, Li Qianxue quickly turned her face. As a result, her lips unexpectedly bumped into his finger. Li Qianxue suddenly stepped back a little. Su Qinghui, don't go too far. I'm sorry. The warm and soft touch on his fingertips disappeared, and Su Qinghui sighed in his heart. It was a pity. How long had it been since he last touched her lips? Stay away from me. She didn't need his apology. She just needed this man to stay away from her. I can't do it. Su Qinghui's body leaned forward slightly. Looking at the anger in Li Qianxue's eyes, he sighed softly in his heart. Qianxue, I can't help myself when it comes to you. Li Qianxue wouldn't believe his nonsense at all. She pushed him hard and said, Su Qinghui, either you stay away from me, or I'll make you get out of the car right now. Choose one of the two. After saying this, she moved her body a little closer to the car window. She wanted to stay away from Su Qinghui. An hour later, Li Qianxue's car stopped in front of Su Qingsang's apartment. Just as she was about to get out of the car, she suddenly saw a scene that shocked her very much. Yesterday, Su Qingsang heard from Xiang Kaiping that she was going to buy ingredients to make mooncakes, so she accompanied her to go shopping today. She didn't have much interest in mooncakes. She would just eat some during the Mid-Autumn Festival. However, Xiang Kaiping was obviously very serious. The two of them got up early in the morning, picked out the ingredients, and went together. Hua Jinyao had something to do at the company today, so he didn't go with them. After Su Qingsang bought the ingredients, she asked the driver to send them home. At that moment, she was asking the driver to carry the things down from the car one by one. Young mistress, do you want me to help you carry them up? No need. We can do it ourselves. It wasn't that heavy, and there was an elevator. Xiang Kaiping wasn't delicate. She was used to doing this. Su Qingsang also felt that it was okay to carry some things. The two of them carried 3 bags, 2 for Xiang Kaiping, and 1 for Su Qingsang. Seeing that Xiang Kaiping took the initiative to carry the heavy bags, she reached out to her and said, Auntie, can I carry one? No need. Xiang Kaiping glanced at her belly and said, These 2 bags are heavier. I'll carry them. You can carry the light ones. It's only 2 steps. Don't fight with me over this. Okay. Then I won't fight. Su Qingsang smiled. In the past month, the two of them seemed to have resumed their relationship in Lin City. They had a tacit understanding not to talk about other things. The atmosphere was unexpectedly good. I think the model that Jinyao bought is very good. I went to the streets today and found that it was more expensive than online. Recently, Xiang Kaiping had also become fashionable. She began to learn to use some online software and payment tools. Then why don't you let Jinyao buy the ingredients online? That's different. Xiang Kaiping smiled and said, The mold can be used regardless of size. But the ingredients that go into your stomach, I have to see it with my own eyes and choose it myself. As she spoke, she glanced at Su Qingsang's belly. Especially now, you are not like usual. Of course, you have to pay attention to it as much as you can. Su Qingsang was a little touched. She couldn't help but reach out her free hand and put it around Xiang Kaiping's shoulder. Auntie, thank you. Let's go. She didn't need her to thank her. Su Peijian did something wrong. She didn't teach her well. She helped Su Qingsang a little more to atone for Su Peijian. Moreover, even without that, she really liked Su Qingsang and really wanted to be close to her. Su Qingsang nodded and followed Xiang Kaiping into the apartment. Li Qianxue sat in the car and watched the scene through the window. She felt her body go cold. It was as if someone had poured a basin of ice water on her head. Her whole body was about to freeze. Su Qingsang, she and Xiang Kaiping, they seeing how familiar they were with each other. They must have done this often. It should have been a long time, right? At least not in the past few days. This knowledge made her feel like she had been betrayed. That kind of feeling was even worse than the feeling she had when she found out that Su Qinghui had swapped the child. Qingsang, how long had they been like this? During this period of time, she was worried that Su Qingsang wouldn't take good care of herself when she was pregnant. She video called her every day and repeatedly reminded her. But she didn't even say a word. She actually hid it so well. What did she mean? Living with Xiang Kaiping? Acknowledging Xiang Kaiping as her mother? Or did Xiang Kaiping use some method to make her close to her? Li Qianxue's thoughts were a little confused. No matter which one it was, it wouldn't be like what she wanted to see now. Qianxue? Su Qinghui looked at Li Qianxue, his voice worried. Of course he saw it too. Although he didn't quite understand, they were supposed to be enemies. Su Peixian's imprisonment had something to do with Hu Jinyao and Su Qingsang. But now Xiang Kaiping and Su Qingsang seemed to have a harmonious relationship. People would believe that they were mother and daughter. His voice made Li Qianxue turn around. She glared at Su Qinghui, her cold eyes sharp and full of hatred. Is this why you're here? Qianxue? Are you here to see that woman? No. Before today, he didn't even know that Xiang Kaiping and Su Qingsang were together. No. Li Qianxue smiled, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. You're not here to see her? Do you think I'll believe you? She sat up straight and clenched her fists on her knees. Su Qinghui, this is your doing, isn't it? Not only did you exchange my child, but you also want my child to be close to another woman? Qianxue, I didn't. Su Qinghui. Li Qianxue didn't believe a single word. You're amazing, you're really amazing. You know what I don't like, so you just want to let it happen, right? Qianxue calmed down. She was so agitated that Su Qinghui was extremely worried. He wanted to hold her in his arms and comfort her. However, Li Qianxue was already on the verge of exploding. How can I calm down? Li Qianxue waved his hand away. How can I calm down? You saw it too, Qingsang is my daughter. But now she's going to become someone else's daughter. And the culprit who caused all this was him. It was him, Su Qingsang. No, that's not right. She's already become someone else's daughter. Li Qianxue felt uncomfortable, as if her heart was being pricked by needles. She caressed the position of her heart, feeling very uncomfortable. Su Qinghui's heart ached for Li Qianxue like this. He reached out and held her shoulder. Qianxue, calm down. Qingsang is your daughter. No one can take her away. Can't take her away. Li Qianxue waved his hand away. She wanted to step back, but there was a car door behind her. She lowered her head and shook it gently. Why can't I take her away? That person is none other than Xiang Kaiping. For Xiang Kaiping, Qingsang would rather not acknowledge me. Do you know that? Qianxue, Qingsang has already acknowledged you, hasn't she? Don't even think about it. Li Qianxue's mood was obviously a little off. She didn't listen to Su Qinghui at all. She didn't like herself like this, nor did she like this situation. She had a slight obsessive-compulsive disorder. She was used to letting everything go according to her will. However, in this life, the biggest defeat she had ever tasted was given by Su Qinghui. He wouldn't cooperate with her at all, and it was impossible for him to do what she wanted. What about now? Her daughter was actually the same. Su Qingsang and Xiang Kaiping were talking and laughing like a real mother and daughter. However, even if the two of them video called each other every day, she had never seen Su Qingsang so relaxed. She didn't want to think about it, but in fact, it was very likely to be true. That meant that Xiang Kaiping had a more important place in Su Qingsang's heart. Just like Su Qinghui. Qianxue? She didn't look well. Su Qinghui was very worried. However, just as he tried to approach her, he was stared at by Li Qianxue's gloomy and cold gaze. He didn't dare to move forward anymore. Qianxue, do you want to find a hotel to rest first? Xiang Kaiping was upstairs. With Li Qianxue's personality, she probably wouldn't be willing to go up, right? Find a hotel? Li Qianxue seemed to have just reacted to his words. She looked at Su Qinghui, and the corners of her mouth curled up in a mocking smile. Why should I stay in a hotel? This is my daughter and son-in-law's house. So what if I want to go up? Qianxue. Was it really okay for her to go up like this in her current state? What? Are you afraid that I'll go up? At this moment, Li Qianxue had returned to the way she was when Su Qinghui had a falling out with her a long time ago. Cold, sharp, and always with a mocking expression on her face. Su Qinghui, are you afraid? Are you afraid that I'll go up and cause trouble for your old lover? Seeing Su Qinghui frown, Li Qianxue's tone also became colder. Su Qinghui, I'm really going up. I'd like to see how you plan to stop me today. Qianxue, calm down. Even if you want to go up, you have to figure out the situation first. Maybe it's not what you think. If it's not what I think, then what is it? Li Qianxue didn't want to see Su Qinghui. She really wanted to go upstairs and ask Xiang Kaiping. Su Qingsang was her daughter, and also Xiang Saiping's. How dare she show up at Su Qingsang and Hua Jinyao's house like this? She had never been such a sharp person before. But to her, Xiang Saiping's existence was that thorn in her heart. Every time she saw it, she felt conflicted and uncomfortable. Now she thought that this thorn had been removed, and that it had left her life. But she didn't expect that this thorn was still there. How could it appear next to her daughter like this? What did Xiang Kaiping want to do? She didn't want to measure the heart of a gentleman with her own mean measure. But some things were also obvious. Putting aside the grudge between her and Su Qinghui, and putting aside the fact that Su Qingsang mistook her daughter. The reason why Su Peixian went to prison was mostly because of Hua Jinyao and Su Qingsang. Wouldn't Xiang Kaiping want revenge? Su Qingsang was pregnant now, and they were twins. If Xiang Kaiping did something to Su Qingsang, who could guarantee it? She would not allow such a thing to happen. She wanted to go up now and drive Xiang Kaiping away from Su Qingsang. As soon as her hand touched the car door, Su Qinghui stopped her. Qianxue, calm down. It's not good for you to go up now. Su Qinghui really wasn't worried about Xiang Kaiping. He was worried about Su Qingsang. She was pregnant, and it was a critical period. Li Qianxue was obviously very excited now. Xiang Kaiping wasn't someone who would swallow humiliation and be bullied. If the two of them had a conflict, Su Qingsang would be in a difficult position. I don't need any benefits. Li Qianxue grabbed his hand. I only know that I won't allow such a woman to appear by my daughter's side. Qianxue, can you ask first? His voice was a little anxious. Maybe there's something else. Su Qinghui, you're really protective of your old lover. Qianxue, the person I'm protecting is Qingsang. If you go up like this and get into a conflict with Xiang Kaiping, your anger will involve Qingsang. Is that really a dignified excuse? Do you think I'll believe it? Chapter 631. Su Qinghui was anxious. Without thinking, he got out of the car and went around to the other side of the car door, blocking Li Qianxue's way. Qianxue, I know you won't believe me. I also know that in your heart, I am a person without credibility. But now, you don't even know what's going on. You're saying that Xiang Kaiping is trying to steal your daughter. Even if you're unhappy, shouldn't you investigate it first? Do we still need to investigate? Li Qianxue glared at Su Qinghui. This is Qingsang and Hua Jinyao's home. What is she doing here? What do I need to investigate? Didn't she just want to take revenge on me? She's taking revenge on me for stealing her man. She's taking revenge on Jinyao and Qingsang for sending Su Peixian to prison. Isn't that right? If that's the case, how could Qingsang treat her like that? You have to believe that Qingsang is not a brainless person. She has brains, but she has one big weakness. She's too sentimental. Li Qianxue looked at Su Qinghui. In fact, she didn't understand who Su Qingsang, who didn't want to offend anyone and treated everyone as a good person, was like. Su Qinghui took a step forward and put his hand on Li Qianxue's shoulder. Qianxue, you know that Qingsang values relationships. What are you trying to do by directly approaching him like this? Drive Xiang Kaiping away? Haven't you thought about Qingsang? I'm really not speaking up for Xiang Kaiping. I just want to tell you that if you go up like this, you'll put Qingsang in a difficult position. She's making things difficult for me too. Li Qianxue waved his hand away. Her face was full of displeasure. Su Qinghui, get out of the way. Qingsang is pregnant. Su Qinghui pressed on her shoulder again. I'm begging you, okay? Calm down first. Even if you want to chase Xiang Kaiping away, can you wait until Qingsang isn't around? Li Qianxue glared at him. There was a fire burning in her chest that couldn't be quelled. His chest heaved up and down a few times before he finally nodded heavily. All right. I'll wait. She turned around, opened the door, and got in again. Su Qinghui got in the car as well. Get down. Li Qianxue didn't look friendly to him at all. I don't want to see you. Qianxue. Su Qinghui tried to shake her hand, but she avoided it. He sighed softly. Do you think it's more appropriate for me to ask? Just let me help you this once, okay? Help me. Or help your old lover. Li Qianshua's words had never been polite. Ever since the divorce, she had never been polite to Su Qinghui. Su Qinghui was helpless, but he didn't want to refute anymore. Qianxue, time will prove everything. Su Qinghui's eyes looked so sincere that Li Qianxue could even see herself in them. His gaze made Li Qianxue, who had wanted to mock him, shut up. She turned her face away and refused to look at him again. The car stopped at a nearby hotel. Coincidentally, Su Qinghui had wanted to come here before, so he had booked a room here. He knew how Su Qingsang felt about him, so he didn't want to move into his son-in-law's house. When Li Qianxue was about to get a new room, he took away her ID. Su Qinghui, what are you doing? I booked a presidential suite. There are 3 rooms. It's enough for us. Don't waste it. I don't know. Since when can I not even pay for a hotel? Li Qianxue sneered and reached out to take the ID in Su Qinghui's hand. Qianxue, I'll go find Qingsang tomorrow and ask her what's going on. If you stay here, won't you be the first to know the news? Su Qinghui admitted that he had selfish motives. In the past half a year, Li Qianxue had been eager to stay far away from him. He knew that he deserved it, but he still hoped that he could have more opportunities to get close to Li Qianxue. I can also know if I stay in the room next to yours. Li Qianxue reached out to him persistently. Give it back to me, Qianxue. The receptionist was still looking at them. Su Qinghui put her ID in his pocket and handed his to the receptionist. Hello, I'll take the key. Su Qinghui. Li Qianxue was always elegant, and she didn't want to lose face in front of others. She approached Su Qinghui and said in a low voice that couldn't hide her anger. That's enough. Don't think that just because I'm not going to look for Qingsang now, I'll do as you say. I know. Su Qinghui had already been a rascal too many times today, so he didn't mind being a rascal again. I know you're doing this for Qingsang's sake. Then let's do it again. After getting the key, he put his arm around Li Qianshue's shoulder and took her upstairs without a care for anything else. Li Qianshue's expression was stiff until she entered the room. She stood at the door and refused to go any further. Su Qinghui walked in front of her and stood still. He raised his hand and placed it on the door behind Li Qianxue. Li Qianshue's body instinctively stepped back. Her hand was on the handle of the suitcase, and her body was slightly stiff. Qianxue, I won't do anything. You don't have to worry. I have nothing to worry about. Li Qianshue's expression didn't change. Because of Su Qinghui's words, she actually relaxed. She gently pushed him, walked past him and walked inside. After all, you once said that everything about me makes you sick. You're not interested in me. Su Qinghui felt that he had been hit by another arrow. He looked at Li Qianshue's slim and elegant back, and a hint of bitterness appeared on his face. If he could go back in time, he would definitely wake up Su Qinghui, who had said those nonsense words. Li Qianxue entered the door and changed her clothes. She found Su Qinghui sitting in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room. He looked out of the window in a daze. Hearing the sound of Li Qianxue going out, he stood up. Qianxue, where are you going? Li Qianxue stood up straight, and her gaze was slightly cold. Does it have anything to do with you? Qianxue. Su Qinghui, let me remind you that we're divorced. Su Qinghui followed behind her. Are you going to eat? Why don't we go together? No need. Li Qianxue didn't stop walking. I won't be able to eat if I see you. The moment she opened the door, she suddenly turned around and faced Su Qinghui. Also, didn't you say that you were going to Qingsang's house to ask about the situation? Then go. I'll only give you half a day to investigate the matter clearly. If you don't give me a definite answer tonight, then don't blame me for personally going to my daughter's house tomorrow and driving that woman away. Su Qinghui stood there. When Li Qianxue walked out and wanted to follow, Li Qianxue slammed the door shut. He almost hit his nose. He stopped in his tracks, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. It was still Li Qianshue's usual personality and style. This kind of her really made him a little nostalgic. When Su Qingsang saw Su Qinghui, there was a flash of surprise in her eyes. Dad, why was he here? I came to see you. Su Qinghui was a little uncomfortable. He handed a few bags in his hand to Su Qingsang. These are for your body. I've asked the doctor and the nutritionist. You can eat them. Su Qingsang looked at the bird's nest and the nutrition products in his hand and reached out to take them. Dad, come in. Su Qinghui entered the door and saw Xiang Kaiping sitting in the living room. He knew that Xiang Kaiping was here, but when he really faced her, he still felt a little awkward. Xiang Kaiping's face was a little cold when she saw him. She stood up and said, I'll go help in the kitchen. Su Qinghui didn't mind. At Su Qingsang's invitation, he sat down on the sofa. Is the child okay? How are you? I'm fine. Su Qingsang's lower abdomen was already slightly bulging. Sitting like this, it was obvious that she was pregnant. Su Qinghui nodded and looked in the direction of the kitchen. Why is she here? You mean Auntie Xiang? Su Qingsang didn't expect Su Qinghui to come to see her, nor did she expect him to meet Xiang Kaiping. Yes, she. Su Qinghui didn't finish his sentence, but he believed that Su Qingsang understood what he was going to say. Last month, I had serious morning sickness. I vomited everything I ate. Hua Jinyao thought that I might like to eat the hometown dishes of Lin City, so he asked Auntie Xiang to come and cook for me. Su Qingsang briefly explained. Su Qinghui couldn't hide his concern. How are you? Are you okay now? Do you still have morning sickness? No. Su Qingsang shook her head. It's strange. After Auntie Xiang came, I haven't vomited. Su Qinghui was a little surprised. He had thought of many possibilities, but he didn't expect it to be this one. Yushi Venue, Su Qinghui was thinking about how to put it. So she lives here now? Yes. Su Qingsang nodded, but Su Qinghui didn't look too good because of her affirmative answer. Does your mother know? In fact, Li Qianxue already knew, but Su Qinghui didn't believe that Su Qingsang would completely ignore Li Qianxue's opinion. I don't know. Su Qingsang shook her head and looked a little guilty. I didn't tell my mother. I knew she would be unhappy. You knew she would be unhappy, but you. Su Qinghui raised his voice and quickly lowered it. Qingsang, I think you're wrong about this matter. Su Qingsang lowered her head and looked a little solemn. She didn't respond. Su Qinghui didn't believe that she didn't know. Haven't you thought about your mother's feelings? Qingsang, you'll hurt your mother's heart. Su Qingsang knew what he was saying. Towards Li Qianxue, of course, she knew that she would be unhappy. She also knew that if Li Qianxue knew, she would definitely be angry. But towards Xiang Kaiping, she felt a little guilty and uneasy. She always felt that Xiang Kaiping's current situation had something to do with her, even if the person who caused her current situation wasn't her. In fact, she really didn't have to be with Xiang Kaiping. But she could feel that after Xiang Kaiping came, she looked more normal and cheerful than before. She was no longer trapped in the matter of Su Peixian's imprisonment every day, and she no longer thought about the tragedy of her life. Seeing that Xiang Kaiping was obviously much more cheerful, Su Qingsang was actually very pleased. Xiang Kaiping was still young. She wasn't even 50 years old. Her life shouldn't be depressed and decadent. She should also have her own life. During this period of time, Xiang Kaiping was obviously much better. Every day, she thought about recipes and how to make new snacks, which made her look much more energetic than a month ago. I know. Su Qingsang's voice was low. I haven't thought of a good way yet. Su Qinghui's expression didn't look good. He saw his own shadow in Su Qingsang. Are you two timing? Dad, what are you talking about? Su Qinghui thought of Li Qianxue's appearance today. At first, he only felt a little sorry for her, but now he felt very sorry for her. He also understood Su Qingsang, but understanding was one thing. He was on Li Qianxue's side, so he couldn't let Su Qingsang be like this. You hired another cook. I'll help you find someone who can cook Lin City's dishes. Ask your aunt to go back. Dad, it wasn't that Su Qingsang hadn't thought of this before, but she knew that it wasn't a matter of hiring a chef. It's settled. At the end of the day, Su Qinghui didn't want Li Qianxue and Xiang Kaiping to have a conflict. Both of them were people he had wronged. Whether it was Xiang Kaiping or Li Qianxue who suffered, he didn't want it to happen. He didn't want Li Qianxue to be sad because of Su Qingsang. Su Qingsang was silent. Su Qinghui glanced in the direction of the kitchen and stood up. Qingsang. Sometimes life is like a multiple-choice question. It's either B or A. I didn't understand it before. I always thought that I could have the best of both worlds, but now I know that it's impossible. After saying this, he turned around and left. Su Qingsang's lips moved. She wanted to ask him to stay for dinner, but considering his unfriendly relationship with Xiang Kaiping, she didn't say anything in the end. When Su Qinghui returned to the hotel, Li Qianxue had already returned after dinner. Her luggage had already been brought up by the chauffeur. Inside were gifts she bought for Su Qingsang. She thought she could give them to Su Qingsang today. She didn't expect things to turn out like this. After casually putting the things in the room, Li Qianxue asked downstairs to send a bottle of wine up. She drank 2 glasses, but still couldn't suppress the irritation. When Su Qinghui entered the door, he saw Li Qianxue sitting on the sofa on the balcony drinking. Qianxue? Su Qinghui walked up to her and gently took the glass from her hand. Bring it here. Night fell. Su Qinghui hadn't eaten yet. Looking at Li Qianxue now, he wasn't hungry at all. Putting the glass aside, Li Qianxue raised her head and glared at him. Her voice was very cold. You took so long to come back. Is it a misunderstanding? Su Qinghui was still silent. He knew that it wasn't a misunderstanding. Li Qianxue sneered and stood up. She looked at Su Qinghui with a cold gaze. She walked past him and was about to go in the direction of the room, but Su Qinghui blocked in front of her at the right time. Qianxue, it's not what you think. Then what is it? Tell me, I'm listening. Su Qinghui didn't know what to say. He rubbed the space between his eyebrows and looked at Li Qianxue with worry and heartache. I asked Qingsang, and she said. Su Qinghui hesitantly repeated Su Qingsang's words. His voice was a little lacking in confidence. She's in a special situation now. She didn't really betray you or anything. Just pretend that she just hired a nanny or a chef who knows how to cook Lin City's dishes. Under Li Qianxue's glare, he couldn't continue the rest of his words. Hired a nanny? Li Qianxue sneered. A chef? Hua Jinyao's family is so poor that they can't afford a chef? Or is my daughter so poor that she can't afford a nanny? Does Xiang Kaiping have to rush to take care of her? Su Qinghui was speechless. Li Qianxue took a step forward and stood in front of Su Qinghui. Qianxue. Li Qianxue didn't accept this excuse. She sat back down and picked up the wine in front of her. Su Qinghui sat down as well, blocking her from drinking. Qianxue stopped drinking. Although Qingsang didn't say it in detail, I think it must have been very hard for her when she was pregnant. You understand her. Li Qianxue waved his hand away, drank the wine in the glass in one gulp and sneered. I understand. I completely understand. She suddenly put the glass down heavily with a bang. The coffee table trembled a little because of her action. She stood up and looked at Su Qinghui. I'm not a good mother, am I? Qianxue. I'm not a good mother. Li Qianxue emphasized this sentence. I know all about it. Her face was red from drinking. She looked at the sky outside and thought about everything that had happened in the past year. She thought about everything that had happened in the past 20 years. I've made many mistakes. I didn't recognize my daughter at the first moment. I didn't accompany her and protect her at the first moment. I even allowed others to bully her openly and secretly. Before that, Su Qingsang wasn't her daughter. Why should she care about the other party's thoughts and situation? Qianxue? Su Qinghui rarely saw Li Qianxue lose control like this. Every time he saw her, his heart ached. Since we met, I haven't done anything for her. She doesn't need money. Hua Jinyao has enough status to give her. What I give her is what she doesn't need. I can't give her what she needs. So I'm a failed mother. Qianxue, don't say that. Su Qinghui stood up as well. He wanted to get close to Li Qianxue and give her some comfort. But Li Qianxue didn't need such comfort. She took a big step back, her eyes a little dazed. I'm indeed a failure. I couldn't know about Qingsang's morning sickness at the first moment. In fact, she didn't look well during that time. But every time she told me that she was fine, I believed that she was fine. I can't be like Xiang Kaiping, who knows how to cook delicious food to make her happy. I don't even know how to relieve the morning sickness, because no one came to tell me back then. When she was pregnant with Su Qingsang, she had serious morning sickness. She wanted this child. She wanted it like crazy, so she worked hard to overcome it. Although the process was difficult, she got through it. When she was pregnant with Su Yusin, the morning sickness became even more serious. But at that time, did anyone care about her? She couldn't show it in front of her father, and she couldn't let him worry. She couldn't show it in front of Su Qinghui, because Su Qinghui disdained it. She even visited the doctor in secret, because the child was also born without blessing. Could she be blamed? She really didn't know how to take care of people. Her food and daily life had been taken care of since she was a child. She was the daughter of the Li family, and she couldn't be like Xiang Kaiping. That wasn't her. Su Qinghui stood there, and he felt as if he had been slapped in the face. I'm not a good mother, so what? She's going to find someone else to be her mother now, right? Qianxue, don't be like this. Qingsang isn't that kind of person. She isn't, I am. Li Qianxue looked at Su Qinghui. She had drunk some wine, but it wasn't enough to make her drunk. However, she was depressed, and she needed an outlet. It's because I'm too strong. Because I always give people the feeling that I'm very strong. So she doesn't need to take care of my emotions. She thinks that I don't care. She thinks that I can get through anything. Qianxue. It wasn't like that. Su Qinghui wanted to say it, but Li Qianxue didn't give him a chance. Shut up. Li Qianxue glared at Su Qinghui. Her eyes were full of hatred. You're the same. You all think that I'm strong. You all think that I won't get hurt. You all think that I won't feel pain. That's why you hurt me unscrupulously. You two are indeed father and daughter. Even your way of thinking is the same. I didn't. Su Qinghui walked up to Li Qianxue. He really couldn't bear to see Li Qianxue like this. Qianxue, I didn't. Qingsang didn't either. She didn't? If she didn't, why would she let Xiang Kaiping live in her in Huijinyao's house? Li Qianxue looked at Su Qinghui. Didn't you? But all this pain was brought to me by you. Su Qinghui, it's all because of you. It's all because of you. Su Qinghui reached out to hug her, wanting to give her some comfort. But Li Qianxue didn't need it. She struggled, but Su Qinghui held her waist tightly and pulled her into his arms. Qianxue, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Li Qianxue couldn't break free. She opened her mouth and bit Su Qinghui's shoulder. Su Qinghui was in pain. He was only wearing a shirt. The thin fabric made Li Qianxue taste blood before long, but she refused to let go. Su Qinghui could feel Li Qianxue's anger. His shoulder was already bleeding, but he didn't push her away. Li Qianxue bit her gums until they were numb and painful. Finally, she let go. Su Qinghui's shirt was already stained with blood. He didn't even wipe it. He gently patted Li Qianxue's back. Qianxue, it's all in the past. It's all in the past. It's okay. Don't think about it anymore. I can't. Let me tell you, that's all in the past. Li Qianxue pushed him away. Her eyes were cold. Su Qinghui, don't say the word sorry in front of me again. You don't need to say anything. Everything is in the past. To me, it's never in the past. She stood up straight and took a step back. Su Qinghui, do you know? Every time I think about these things, I swear to myself that in this life, I will never forgive you. After saying this, Li Qianxue went back to her room to rest. Su Qinghui was left standing there, his face ashen. When Xiang Kaiping opened the door, she thought that Su Qingsang had forgotten to bring the key. When she opened the door, she saw Li Qianxue standing outside. She was stunned. Her palm on the door handle suddenly tightened. Her lips moved, but before she could react, Li Qianxue had already walked past her and entered the door. Li Qianxue entered the door and looked around. Huijinyao's house was very big. The two houses added up to a few hundred square meters. Now this house had a different aura. There was a cup of tea on the coffee table, and a few molds on the dining table. Xiang Kaiping bought the materials yesterday and started making mooncakes today. Chapter 632. The air in the living room was filled with the aroma of food. This made the environment feel more like a home. Li Qianxue wasn't in the mood to enjoy the atmosphere. Her expression was cold. If Su Qingsang were here, she would know that Li Qianxue had been like this for the past 20 years. She left the hotel early in the morning. After breakfast, she went to Su Qingsang's apartment. She sat in the car and watched Su Qingsang get sent to work by the driver. She watched Hua Jingyao leave too. After they left, she sat in the car for nearly 10 minutes before she got up. Li Qianxue had taken over the Li group recently. Although she was here to see her daughter, she was full of vigor. She was wearing a classic Chanel black dress with a white suit on top. The perfect combination of black and white made her slender figure look longer. Her long hair was tied up behind her head, and there was a delicate diamond necklace around her neck. Compared to Xiang Kaiping, who only wore an apron and had some flour on her hands, she was from two different worlds. Because of Su Peijian, the two of them had fought each other once. However, because of what Su Peijian had done, Li Qianxue didn't say much to Xiang Kaiping. This time it was different. She stared at Xiang Kaiping. Looking at her, she thought of the grievances she had suffered for more than 20 years, Su Qinghui and Su Qingsang. She could forget about Su Qinghui. She had divorced him and accepted it. But Su Qingsang couldn't. The atmosphere in the living room was still silent. She didn't move, and neither did Xiang Kaiping. Li Qianxue looked around the room, and finally walked to the dining table. There was a lot of flour on the table, as well as stuffing and molds. Mooncakes. Li Qianxue turned to look at Xiang Kaiping, her eyes cold. Xiang Kaiping wiped her hands on the apron and didn't answer her. Good craftsmanship. Li Qianxue picked up a mold. It was a very small mold with cute animal shapes on it. Xiang Kaiping took a few steps forward and stood opposite Li Qianxue. You don't have good eyesight. Li Qianxue put down the mold and put her hands on the table. She leaned forward and stared at Xiang Kaiping's face. Xiang Kaiping, I want to ask you, where did you get the courage to stay here? Xiang Kaiping frowned slightly. She didn't like Li Qianxue before because of Su Qinghui, but now because of Su Qingsang. Su Qingsang was such a good daughter, but Li Qianxue had given birth to her. This made her feel very strange. Hua Jingyao invited me here. Qingsang asked me to stay. Li Qianxue sneered. You'll stay just because she asked you to? Where's your shame? Li Qianxue. Xiang Kaiping looked embarrassed. She didn't hear what Su Qinghui said to Su Qingsang when he came yesterday, but she could guess. Today, Li Qianxue had come knocking on his door, and with such a rather rude attitude. Whether I stay or not doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, right? How could it have nothing to do with me? Li Qianxue raised her eyebrows. Her bright and beautiful face was full of arrogance. It's my daughter's home. It's the home of my daughter and son-in-law. Xiang Kaiping, what identity will you use to stay? Xiang Kaiping was a little unsure, but it was a fact that she liked Su Qingsang. It was true that she had given birth to Su Peijian, but it was also true that she had spent a few months with Su Qingsang. She lived alone in such a big villa. It was inevitable that she would be lonely. Su Peijian went to prison. Sometimes, she would sit for a whole day without saying a word. No matter how good Aunt Zhao was, she was only there to help out. Most of the time, she stayed in that house and thought about her life for so many years. It didn't matter to her to be alone in the past, because she had never enjoyed the warmth of family by her side. But later she didn't want to be alone anymore. Su Qingsang wasn't her biological daughter, but she liked it here. Su Qingsang respected her enough, and was close enough. Except for the way they addressed each other, they were almost like mother and daughter. Therefore, even though she knew that this situation was just a superficial piece brought about by Su Qingsang's pregnancy, she still couldn't help but cling to this feeling of home, and was reluctant to leave. Now, Li Qianxue's appearance had uncovered the layer of peace that she thought was on the surface, making her understand that this place didn't belong to her. She was silent, and there was a little embarrassment on her face. Xiang Kaiping hadn't taken care of herself all these years. Her hair had already turned gray, and the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes couldn't be hidden. She looked at least 10 years older than Li Qianxue. At this moment, showing such an expression made Li Qianxue feel like she was bullying her. This made her feel even more uncomfortable. The weak had always been pitted. Was Xiang Kaiping trying to say that she was bullying her? Say it. What identity are you using to stay here? Li Qianxue's voice became more and more impolite. Are you a nanny? Or a chef? Li Qianxue. Xiang Kaiping seemed to have finally found her voice. There was a hint of anger in her stiff voice. Don't go too far. Am I going too far? You stayed in my daughter's house and didn't leave. You wanted to steal my daughter. Who's going too far? I didn't. Xiang Kaiping couldn't defend herself. It was Qingsang. Hu Jinyao asked me to come. You came just because he asked you to? To put it bluntly, you still want to steal my daughter. I didn't. Qingsang is your daughter. I know very well. Of course you know. It's because you know that it makes it seem that you did it on purpose. She walked around the table and stood in front of Xiang Kaiping. She was a little taller than Xiang Kaiping. She looked down at Xiang Kaiping's face. Because what you did was just to take revenge. Li Qianxue sneered and looked at Xiang Kaiping's expression. You want to take revenge on me. You want to take revenge on me for stealing Su Qinghui. You also want to take revenge on Hu Jinyao for sending Su Peijian to prison. That's why you're here now. I didn't. Xiang Kaiping had never thought about taking revenge. No. Maybe she had at the beginning. When she first returned to Lin City. She really hated Su Qinghui and Li Qianxue. Even now, she still hated them. However, she knew too well that she couldn't do anything. You didn't? Li Qianxue pointed at the ingredients on the table and said, Isn't this called revenge? You treat Qingsang well. You take care of her and make her grateful to you. Then she can't leave you. When that time comes, my daughter won't be close to me but to you. This is your revenge on me, isn't it? I didn't. Xiang Kaiping had been running her own business for more than 20 years and had some success in her career. However, she couldn't compare to Li Qianxue, who had been the heir of the family since she was a child. For a moment, her momentum was taken away by Li Qianxue. Her hesitation and pause were the best explanation. Li Qianxue took another step forward and said in a colder voice, You've already done this. Xiang Kaiping. You've lived here for a long time, haven't you? For such a long time. Qingsang didn't tell me about your existence. She didn't even mention you in front of me. She knew that what she did would make me unhappy, but she still let you stay. Why? Because her heart has unknowingly been biased toward you. But what about you? All you're thinking about is revenge. Li Qianxue, you're talking nonsense. I didn't. You said you didn't, but your behavior, everything you did, was to take revenge on me. Xiang Kaiping staggered and took a few steps back. Are you feeling guilty? Because I'm right? Li Qianxue sneered and didn't hide the disdain on her face. Many years ago, you couldn't compete with me and hated me for stealing your man. So many years later, you found an excuse to get close to my daughter. You wanted to steal my daughter. Xiang Kaiping, you're really something. If someone stole her, it means that she wasn't mine. Xiang Kaiping finally calmed down a little. She looked at Li Qianxue and tried to suppress her anger. You said that yourself back then, and I'm telling you the same thing now. If you think that I stole Qingsang, it only proves that she isn't yours. You admit it. Li Qianxue smiled and said, Xiang Kaiping, do you think I'm Su Qinghui? Do you think I'll believe that you're innocent and harmless? She suddenly brought her face close to Xiang Kaiping's. Her penetrating gaze made Xiang Kaiping feel as if she had nowhere to hide. You may indeed be pure and kind, and I also believe that you do have feelings for Qingsang, but... She stretched out a finger and gently pointed at Xiang Kaiping's heart. It's also true that you want to take revenge on me. Her voice was very soft, and she was very close to Xiang Kaiping. At such a close distance, Xiang Kaiping could see her expression clearly. Xiang Kaiping blinked and gently pushed the finger away. So what if it is? Taking a step back, Xiang Kaiping's voice had regained its calmness. Can't I take revenge on you? You know what you've done. You stole Su Qinghui from me. It's been more than 20 years, and you raised my daughter to be like that. If it weren't for you, if it weren't for Su Qinghui, how could Peijian become like that? What's more, Peijian only wants you to be her mother. So why can't I make Su Qingsang closer to me? Sometimes I really want and I really hope that Qingsang is my daughter. I don't think I did anything wrong. Just like you were when you were pregnant. You came to me and told me that you were pregnant with Su Qinghui's child. Do you still remember? You said that before, you didn't care. But after you had a child, you and I relied on our own abilities. Li Qianxue, I'll say this back to you now. We rely on our own abilities. If you can make Su Qingsang kick me out and out of this family, then I admit defeat. If you can't, I'm really curious. What method will you use to make me leave your daughter? Li Qianxue wasn't in a hurry to accept Xiang Caiping's challenge. She chuckled, pulled out a chair and sat down. After so many years, Xiang Caiping, why are you still so naive? Xiang Caiping looked at her and frowned slightly. Li Qianxue's fingers gently tapped on the table. Then, she supported her chin with one hand and looked at her sideways. Back then you couldn't win against me. What makes you think that you can win against me now? Wake up, Li Qianxue said bluntly. Qingsang is my daughter. If she had to choose between hurting you and hurting me, I can bet with you that she would definitely choose to hurt you. If I were you, I would leave on my own. After all, it wouldn't look good if someone really chased you away. I won't leave. Xiang Caiping was unexpectedly stubborn this time. I told you, I was invited by Hu Jiniao. Qingsang tacitly allowed me to stay here. Why should I leave? Your courage is commendable. Li Qianxue nodded, stood up, and stood in front of Xiang Caiping. Then I'll wait here. When Su Qingsang comes back, we'll see if she chooses to keep you or me. After saying this, she didn't look at Xiang Caiping. Instead, she walked to the sofa outside and sat down. Xiang Caiping stood there, twisting her apron into a ball with her hands. It was wrinkled. She forced herself to calm down, stood back in front of the dining table, and continued to make mooncakes. She wrapped the prepared stuffing into the dough wrapper. Actually, it was really easy. It wasn't difficult. It didn't matter if she made it wrong. After all, no matter what she did, the final result would be eaten by Su Qingsang. She really wasn't picky in this aspect, unlike Su Peixian, who didn't eat this or that. Her eyes were a little hot, but Xiang Caiping just lowered her face and didn't even raise her head. In less than 2 minutes, 2 drops of hot tears appeared on the back of her hand. The temperature made her hand feel as if it was being burned. At this moment, she was even glad that Auntie Yu had gone home first. Otherwise, she definitely wouldn't want others to see her like this. Another drop of tears fell, and she didn't even raise her hand to wipe it away. Li Qianxue was mostly right. She really liked Su Qingsang, but she also really wanted to compete with Li Qianxue. It had been more than 20 years. She wouldn't forget how Su Qinghui abandoned her and married another woman. But she wouldn't forget it either. At that time, Li Qianxue, who was pregnant, ran to her and asked her to quit. She said that she was pregnant with Su Qinghui's child. She said that if Su Qinghui really didn't like her, why would he touch her? Xiang Caiping's appearance was average. When she was young, she was just a delicate and pretty girl. Her family background was also average. Her mother was a nurse, and she also learned to be a nurse. However, before she could become like Nightingale, she was first taught a lesson by Li Qianxue. At that time, she touched her lower abdomen and wanted to counterattack Li Qianxue by saying that she was also pregnant. But she couldn't say it. Yes, she was also a proud person. Why would she fight with a woman for a man? Moreover, in addition to pride, she also had a faint sense of inferiority. Whether it was her birth or family background, whether it was her appearance or anything else, she admitted that she couldn't compare to Li Qianxue. Such emotions accumulated to the highest point after Li Qianxue came to her. And then she easily gave up, and gave up on Su Qinghui. From this point of view, perhaps she didn't love Su Qinghui as much as she thought. After all, her pride was still above love. But then, when she was about to have a child, she really began to hate Su Qinghui. Why did she have to suffer like this? Why did she have to suffer like this? She was the one who grew up with Su Qinghui, and even had an engagement with him. But Li Qianxue snatched him away. Her child had no status, and her man wouldn't be responsible for her. After comparing the two, Xiang Caiping made an impulsive decision that she would regret for the rest of her life. She threw the child to Su Qinghui. At that time, she might have wanted revenge. After all, for a proud person like Li Qianxue, seeing her husband's illegitimate daughter swaying in front of her every day was enough to satisfy her hatred. However, Xiang Caiping didn't expect that Su Qinghui would do something like changing the child. This directly led to the chaos in the next year. Li Qianxue was right. At first, She only wanted to recognize her daughter and enjoy a good time with her. But later, when she found out about the matter of changing the child, her emotions changed. Su Qinghui and Li Qianxue were both targets of her hatred. Without Li Qianxue, there wouldn't be Su Qinghui's betrayal. Without Su Qinghui, there wouldn't be two children's messed up lives. She really wanted to take care of Su Qingsang and accompany her to give birth to the child. But deep down, she really wanted to see Li Qianxue make a fool of herself. Aren't you powerful? Aren't you capable? Aren't you omnipotent? Aren't you going to steal my man? But now, your daughter is closer to me, but she's estranged from you. If there's a problem, your son-in-law even asked me for help, but he didn't want to tell you. With such a comparison, the distance between them was obvious. She even thought that soon, when Su Qingsang was about to give birth, Li Qianxue would definitely come to Rong City. At that time, she could let her take a good look. She Xiang Kaiping could do things that Li Qianxue couldn't do. However, she didn't expect Li Qianxue to come so soon. She couldn't even wait for Su Qingsang's belly to get bigger and for her child to be born. Leave just like that. Xiang Kaiping was unwilling. She promised Su Qingsang to make mooncakes for her to eat. She couldn't go back on her word. But what if she didn't leave? Li Qianxue was Su Qingsang's biological mother. Was there a need to ask who she would choose? At that time in Lin City, as soon as she recognized Li Qianxue, she ran to her and made things clear. The current situation wouldn't be too far off. Previously, her morning sickness was serious, so she needed her. But now that her morning sickness had subsided, she didn't need her anymore. Xiang Kaiping, if you don't leave now, when? Are you really waiting for Su Qingsang to chase you away? But how could she leave? She liked Su Qingsang and liked living with her. She also promised her a lot of things that she hadn't done. She really wasn't willing to leave just like that. Tears blurred her eyes. Xiang Kaiping's heart was in a mess. She swept the materials that were stained with tears aside without thinking, and then swept them into the trash can. She wiped away her tears and entered the kitchen. She should think about what to eat for lunch first. Li Qianxue, who was sitting on the sofa, wasn't as calm as she appeared. She couldn't sit still when she saw Xiang Kaiping continue to busy herself with the things at hand so calmly. She calculated the time very well. It was now morning. Su Qingsang and Hua Jinyao should be back in the afternoon. She had a few hours to stay here and watch Xiang Kaiping pack up and leave. But now, looking at Xiang Kaiping's calmness, she couldn't help but worry about another thing. What if Xiang Kaiping didn't leave? Would Su Qingsang tell her to leave when she came back? Or would she tell her to leave? Li Qianxue suddenly became uncertain. If Su Qingsang told Xiang Kaiping to leave, it would be fine. Her pride and dignity would be saved. But what if Su Qingsang couldn't bear to tell Xiang Kaiping to leave? What if she asked her to stay? At that time, the person who would be embarrassed would be her. Li Qianxue sat there motionlessly. She looked like an old monk in meditation, but her heart was far from calm. Especially when she saw Xiang Kaiping actually walking in the direction of the kitchen. Her expression became even more unpleasant. What did this mean? Was she really going to pick a fight with her and not willing to leave? Li Qianxue stood up suddenly. She almost had the urge to go up and pull Xiang Kaiping away. But in the end, her reason and pride made her sit back down. She forced herself to take out her phone to deal with some work. She had to leave the company for a few days when she came to Lin City. She made a few calls and glanced in the direction of the kitchen from time to time. But she didn't see Xiang Kaiping come out. Her body moved, and she almost stood up again. But she forced herself not to lower her head first. Whoever lowered her head first would be the first to admit defeat. Li Qianxue had always been a person who refused to admit defeat. That year, Su Qinghui was drunk, and she was also drunk. The two of them didn't know how they ended up together. In fact, at that time, she really liked Su Qinghui and really cared about him. She even felt that such an accident was not bad. At least she still had a memory. But she didn't expect that she didn't go home that day, and that old Master Li would come. When her father saw the two of them rolling together, his first reaction was to ask Su Qinghui to take responsibility. In fact, at that time, Li Qianxue was unwilling. She knew that Su Qinghui had a woman he loved, And she also knew that they were childhood sweethearts and were about to get married. Having a relationship with the person she liked. She treated everything as a memorial, a ceremony. In fact, it was also very good. She persuaded old Master Li to let him stay out of this matter. She told her father that it was all her own choice. Old Master Li had always doted on her and had always granted her every request. Since she said to stay out of it, he wouldn't. She thought that if she relieved Su Qinghui of the pressure, he would thank her. But she didn't expect that at that time, Su Qinghui, who was embarrassed and angry, actually blamed everything on her. Su Qinghui actually thought that everything was planned by her. She deliberately got drunk, she deliberately had sex with him, and she deliberately attracted old Master Li. And she deliberately pretended that it was just an accident. But in the end, it couldn't change anything at all. Li Qianxue was such a proud person. So many charges were placed on her at once, and she was furious. She didn't have time to clarify things with Su Qinghui. She found out that she was pregnant. At that time she thought, didn't Su Qinghui say that I planned it? Didn't you say that I did it on purpose? I did it on purpose. Li Qianxue, who was proud and couldn't bear the slightest grievance, went to Xiang Kaiping and told her that she was pregnant. She told her that if Su Qinghui really loved her, he would have been married a long time ago. What did she mean by drunk? If it wasn't for Li Qianxue and his heart, how could Su Qinghui be in a mess? She told Xiang Kaiping that Su Qinghui just treated her as a little sister and pitied her. He liked women like her. Even if he wasn't now, he would be in the future. That time, she successfully defeated Xiang Kaiping and made Xiang Kaiping retreat. What about this time? Author's words. P.S. Some people don't quite understand the relationship between Xiang Kaiping and Su Qingsang. Let me explain here. First, Su Qingsang and Hu Jinyao went to Rong City once, around the Mid-Autumn Festival. Not long after that, Xiang Kaiping came to Lin City. She stayed by Su Qingsang's side until the first lunar month. Nearly 4 months. The two of them really got along like mother and daughter, which was the foundation of their relationship. But not long after Li Qianxue met Su Qingsang returned to Rong City, embarrassed. In terms of time spent together, Su Qingsang and Xiang Kaiping had spent more time together. Second, Li Qianxue treated Su Qingsang very well. But for so many years, Li Qianxue had always given Su Qingsang the feeling of being superior. No matter how much she wanted to be close, the feeling of alienation for more than 12 years needed time to get rid of. Especially before, Li Qianxue had made things difficult for Su Qingsang again, and again for Su Peixian. Su Qingsang didn't mean that she would bear a grudge, but she would always be less casual. After all, Li Qianxue gave people the feeling that she was arrogant and superior. Secondly, from the beginning, Xiang Kaiping's identity was in a state where she wanted to please Su Qingsang. So Su Qingsang felt pity and sympathy for her. This kind of mentality was actually very easy to understand. It was that you looked strong, and I felt that I might not have to pay attention to you all the time, because you were strong. But the other person was very weak, and that person was pitiful. Especially since Xiang Kaiping's daughter was sent to prison by Hu Jinyao. In Su Qingsang's heart, Xiang Kaiping was a weak person. People would instinctively sympathize with the weak. This was the same logic. Chapter 633. Li Qianxue squeezed the phone in her palm and felt the faint sweat seeping out. He looked in the direction of the kitchen and forced himself to be patient. She would not lose. Whether it was before or now, Su Qingsang would definitely choose her. That was why she thought so. Li Qianxue thought so in her heart. But at that moment, she heard the sound of knocking on the door. Her heart skipped a beat. Was Su Qingsang back? She sat there for a long time without opening the door. Someone knocked on the door a few more times. Li Qianxue closed her eyes, and Xiang Kaiping walked out of the kitchen. She looked at her, she also looked at her. Li Qianxue, who hid her emotions well, saw a hint of nervousness in Xiang Kaiping's eyes. Suddenly, she smiled and got up to open the door. In fact, Li Qianxue's heart was beating very fast. If the person who came was really Su Qingsang, she was not sure if she would really be on her side. The door opened. The man standing outside was Su Qinghui. Seeing that it was him, Li Qianxue was stunned for a moment, and at the same time, she felt inexplicably relieved. Why are you here? Su Qinghui didn't say anything. He looked past her and at Xiang Kaiping, who was standing behind him. She wore an apron, and stood there with a complicated expression on her face. Su Qinghui looked at Li Qianxue, and then at Xiang Kaiping. Even if the two of them did not speak, he could smell the thick smell of gunpowder in the air. He took a step forward, and stood in front of Li Qianxue. Su Qinghui lowered his voice and begged for balance. Qianxue, come back with me. Ha! Li Qianxue suddenly laughed. This is my daughter's home. You want me to go back with you? Back to where? You'll make things difficult for Qingsang. She should have known that she would make things difficult for me when she brought Xiang Kaiping to this house. Li Qianxue's expression was a little cold. She knew it would make things difficult for me, but she still did it. Now that she's in a difficult position, it's her own business. Su Qinghui was speechless. His expression was a little conflicted. Qianxue, don't be like this. Don't want what? Li Qianxue found it ironic. She smiled playfully and said, Su Qinghui, so many years have passed. You haven't changed at all. You used to want me to back down, and you still do. I'm telling you, I'm not returning it today. Su Qinghui didn't look too good. He was worried about Su Qingsang, not Xiang Kaiping. I just don't want to put my daughter in a difficult position. Li Qianxue smiled, and the sarcasm in her eyes deepened. Do you not want to put your daughter in a difficult position? Or do you want to protect your old lover? Qianxue, you know very well. I don't know. Li Qianxue narrowed her eyes and her expression was very cold. You and Qingsang are really father and daughter. Even the things they do are the same, and the way they think is the same. Qianxue, say no more. Li Qianxue listened impatiently. I won't back down. Let me tell you, I, Li Qianxue, will never back down. Qianxue, why are you doing this? Why bother? If you like your old flame, and want to be with her, that's your business. But Qingsang is my daughter. I had been wronged for so many years, and I owed her for so many years. She values relationships, and can't let go of some of the past. I don't mind, and I'm willing to give her time, but I won't give her chances again and again like I did to you back then. I won't let her hurt my feelings unscrupulously. Li Qianxue's words made Su Qinghui silent. He stood there and didn't move for a long time. 2 days. Xiang Kaiping's voice suddenly sounded behind them. The two of them turned to look at her. Xiang Kaiping stood there, looking conflicted. Li Qianxue, give me 2 days. I will leave on my own. You don't need to chase me away, nor do you need Qingsang to chase me away. Su Qinghui looked at her without saying anything. Li Qianxue crossed her arms in front of her chest and looked at her with slightly narrowed eyes, her eyes full of suspicion. I'm telling the truth. I will leave on my own in 2 days. Xiang Kaiping seemed to know that Li Qianxue wouldn't believe her. The Mid-Autumn Festival is in 3 days. I promised Qingsang to make mooncakes for her. I don't want to go back on my word. Li Qianxue, I'm not afraid of losing, nor am I so unconfident that Qingsang will definitely choose you. I understand how you feel. If we were in each other's shoes, I wouldn't want Su Peijian to choose you. I only need 2 days. 2 days is enough for me to finish what I promised Qingsang. I will leave on my own then. And I can also promise, I will never see Qingsang again. At least she wouldn't take the initiative to look for Su Qingsang. If Su Qingsang and Hu Jinyao wanted to look for her, she would also avoid them and not see them. Li Qianxue stood at the door and looked at Xiang Kaiping, not in a hurry to speak. You don't believe me? Xiang Kaiping's voice was a little anxious. I promised you that I would leave, so naturally I won't stay. Just like I wouldn't fight with you for Su Qinghui in the past. I won't fight with you for Qingsang now. No matter what, Su Qingsang would always be Li Qianxue's daughter. She knew this very well. That's because you can't fight with me. Li Qianxue's words made Xiang Kaiping's face turn a little pale. After saying that, she felt that it was boring. All right. Li Qianxue waved her hand. 2 days it is, but don't put on that face again. It's like I'm bullying you. She didn't want to stay, so she turned around and left. Su Qinghui looked at Xiang Kaiping with a somewhat complicated expression, then quickly followed behind Li Qianxue and left. After entering the elevator, Li Qinxue stood opposite Su Qinghui. Your old lover is suffering right now. Why? Don't you need to comfort her? I want to comfort you more. What do I have to comfort you about? Li Qinxue raised her chin slightly. Her face was full of pride and arrogance. I won, didn't you hear? She knew that she would lose to me, so she voluntarily withdrew. Qinxue. He knew, and she also knew, that some things weren't like that. Don't talk. I don't want to listen to you right now. Li Qinxue rubbed her forehead, and turned to look at the mirror wall in the elevator, ignoring Su Qinghui at all. As soon as Li Qinxue returned to the hotel, she went into her room, and ignored everything Su Qinghui said. Su Qinghui called twice, but didn't hear a reply, so he had to stop. He had to meet a client in the afternoon, and there were 2 contracts to discuss. Su Qinghui, who had left the Li family, had to work harder than before if he wanted to succeed. As a man in his 40s, he was under a lot of pressure to start all over again. He didn't want to fail, nor was he willing to fail. Only if he succeeded again, would he have more confidence to stand next to Li Qinxue. Before leaving, he ordered a Chinese meal for Li Qinxue and left a note. He told her to look for him if there was anything, although Su Qinghui knew that the chances of this were very low. What he didn't expect was that when he came back at night, Li Qinxue was actually drinking again. There were a few empty bottles on the table in the living room. Li Qinxue was still sitting on the sofa outside. There were 2 bottles on the coffee table, one of which was already empty. Li Qinxue picked up the other, and poured it into a cup. The smell of alcohol made Su Qinghui realize that Li Qinxue had probably drunk a lot. Without thinking, he stepped forward and reached out to snatch her cup away. Qinxue stopped drinking. Go away. Li Qinxue was in a bad mood today. She wanted to change places, but because she was in a bad mood, she continued to stay here. She didn't change hotels, but it didn't mean that she needed to listen to Su Qinghui. It didn't mean that she forgave Su Qinghui. Su Qinghui knew that Li Qinxue didn't care as much as she showed. Whether it was him or Su Qingsang. Back then, he and Su Qingsang probably made Li Qinxue feel hurt. Seeing that Li Qinxue didn't want a cup, and was about to drink from the bottle, Su Qinghui snatched the bottle away. Give it back to me. Li Qinxue was indeed very annoyed. Just a while ago, Su Qingsang had a video call with her. Seeing that she was staying in an environment that was not at home at all, she didn't doubt Su Qingsang's words, that she was on a business trip, and not in Lin City. If Su Qingsang called back to the Li family in the next 2 days, she would know that she had come to Rong City. Unfortunately, she came to see Su Qingsang, and old Master Li went to see Su Yusen. Therefore, there was indeed no one in the Li family now. She was fine at first, but after chatting with Su Qingsang, Li Qinshua's mood began to sink. Some things could be persuaded to let go of, and she could tell herself that it was okay. But that was just an excuse. In fact, she just couldn't let go of it. In fact, it was okay. Why would Su Qinghui give her wine? He put down the bottle, held Li Qinshua's hand, and squatted down beside her. Don't drink anymore. It's not good for your health. What does my health have to do with you? Li Qinshua wanted to break free of his hand, but Su Qinghui didn't let go. Not only did he not let go, but he also hugged her. Qinshua, listen to me. Listen to me. If you really feel bad, you can cry it out. Or you can hit me. In his memory, Li Qinshua had almost never cried, except for the time when she recognized Su Qingsang. For so many years, she had always been calm and collected. Crying was almost impossible for Li Qinshua. In the past, Su Qinghui didn't feel it, but now he was full of heartache. Li Qinshua looked at him expressionlessly. Cry. Who do you think I am? She was Li Qinshua, the daughter of the Li family, and the current leader of the Li family. She wouldn't cry. The more she said that, the more Su Qinghui's heart ached. Hugging her body tightly, he held her tightly in his arms. Qinshua, don't be like this. In the past, he did not understand. He just hated how aggressive she was and didn't like how domineering she was. But later on, he understood that whether she was arrogant or flamboyant, it was just her performance. Her heart was like any other woman's, longing for love, needing love. Li Qianxue struggled a few times but to no avail. She was too lazy to struggle. She was a little dizzy after drinking, and her mind was a little messy. She blinked and looked at Su Qinghui in front of her. She found him annoying no matter how she looked at him. Su Qinghui, are you laughing at me in your heart too? I didn't. How could he laugh at her? I'm not gentle, and I can't do it. I can't do housework. I can't clean the house either. I don't know how to cook, nor do I know how to make desserts and mooncakes to make people happy. To put it bluntly, I'm actually a woman with nothing but my family background. She's different. She's gentler and more capable than I am. You're better at pleasing people than I am. You know how to take care of people and treat them better than I do. Her eyes were stained with tears. She wasn't really depressed. She could withstand the hurt from Su Qinghui in the past. Su Qingsang's actions now didn't hurt her, but she felt a little uncomfortable. She could bear it, and she didn't care at all. But now that she was drunk, those hidden emotions were completely revealed. When she saw Xiang Kaiping, she couldn't help but think that she might indeed be inferior to Xiang Kaiping in some ways. That kind of emotion was enough to make her feel self-loathing and disgust. So no wonder all of you chose her. Compared to her, I really seem to be a failure. Qianxue, I didn't choose her. Su Qinghui knew that she wouldn't believe him, but he still had to say, I chose you, do you remember? Li Qianxue ignored him. Su Qinghui didn't mind persuading her further. Not only me but also Qingsang. She also chose you. Do you remember? She didn't have to tell us her background, but she chose to acknowledge you. So you see, Qianxue, whether it's me or Qingsang, we both chose you. Li Qianxue raised her head and stared at Su Qinghui with her eyes that were a little confused because she was drunk. Su Qinghui's gaze didn't waver, and he looked at Li Qianxue with extreme focus. However, Li Qianxue pushed him away and took a big step back. Even though she was drunk, the way she looked at Su Qinghui was still cold. Su Qinghui, you make it sound so nice. Unfortunately, I don't believe you. Qianxue. Don't call me. Li Qianxue waved his hand away, and her eyes were full of resistance. Qingsang chose me, because I'm her biological mother. She had no choice. And you? Li Qianxue's voice was full of malice as she pointed at Su Qinghui's chest. You chose me, because you don't have a better choice for the time being. Shaking her head, she tried to sober herself up and tapped Su Qinghui's heart with her finger. That new company of yours didn't get the order last month, right? Did you only realize now that the Li Corporation's brand is more useful than you thought? Qianxue. Su Qinghui's expression didn't look good. No matter how many difficulties he encountered in his work, it couldn't compare to Li Qianxue's words. Did I hit the nail on the head? Li Qianxue took a big step back. Her face, which was flushed because she was drunk, unexpectedly had a hint of mockery. Su Qinghui, do you think I'll believe you just because I'm drunk? Ridiculous. She threw this sentence down. Li Qianxue didn't look at Su Qinghui at all. She walked past him and was about to go back to her room to rest. However, she had drunk too much after all. Her footsteps were a little unsteady. When she passed by the balcony door, she accidentally tripped. She was about to fall forward. Su Qinghui caught her in time. After Li Qianxue steadied herself, she quickly waved his hand away and went into the room with a cold face. Su Qinghui was left standing there looking at Li Qianxue's back. His heart was bitter, but it didn't change at all. Chapter 634. Wow! It's so beautiful! Su Qingsang looked at the ice mooncakes on the table. She couldn't hide the admiration in her eyes. Auntie, you're amazing! Xiang Kaiping looked at Su Qingsang's pure and clear eyes. Ever since she got pregnant, she had been a little delicate. From time to time, she would think about tormenting others. But this torment was only limited to food. In other places, she tried not to cause trouble for others. For example, she continued to go to work, and she continued to have surgery. This is actually very simple. I don't know how to do it even if it's simple. Su Qingsang looked at the pattern on the ice mooncake and touched it with her fingers. It's so cute. Try it. Xiang Kaiping looked at Su Qingsang and sighed softly in her heart. How great would it be if this was really her daughter? Su Peijian was still in prison. She didn't know what would happen to Su Peijian after she came out of prison. Would she recognize her? Xiang Kaiping didn't even know if she would be willing to live with her. In fact, even if Su Peijian was willing, Su Peijian wouldn't be as easily satisfied as Su Qingsang after living a pampered life for more than 20 years. In this regard, she would really rather Su Qingsang be her daughter. Delicious. Su Qingsang didn't notice the complicated look in Xiang Kaiping's eyes. She tasted one and said with satisfaction, "It's so delicious. Auntie, you're so good. Eat more if you like it. I also bought other ingredients. I'll make egg yolk filling for you tomorrow." Okay. Su Qingsang nodded and answered quite impolitely. She answered casually and Xiang Kaiping wasn't angry. In fact, Su Qingsang was indeed very casual with Xiang Kaiping, because only casual would not make Xiang Kaiping feel uncomfortable. With Xiang Kaiping's personality, if Su Qingsang really got along with her carefully, Xiang Kaiping would definitely feel uncomfortable and wouldn't be so reluctant to stay here. Xiang Kaiping packed up her clothes. She could leave after making the mooncakes tomorrow. Looking at the room she had lived in for more than a month, she felt a little reluctant. In fact, how could revenge be more important than making himself comfortable? Unfortunately, no matter how good this place was, it wasn't a place that belonged to her. A knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. She opened the door and saw that it was Hua Jinyao standing outside. "Auntie, Jinyao, Auntie is folding clothes?" Hua Jinyao glanced at the pile of clothes on the bed. "Am I disturbing you?" "Nope. Come in." She let Hua Jinyao in, and he closed the door behind him. His attitude made Xiang Kaiping's heart skip a beat, and her expression turned serious. "What's wrong with Qingsang?" She's fine. She's taking a shower now." Hua Jinyao glanced at Xiang Kaiping's room. His apartment was made up of 2 apartments, and all the rooms had been expanded, so it was very large. Even if it was a guest room, there was a bathroom and changing room. After Xiang Kaiping moved in, Su Qingsang added some things to the room. Now the room was much livelier than before. He didn't speak, and Xiang Kaiping didn't know what to say. "What's the matter, Jinyao?" "Yes, there is something." Hua Jinyao sat down on the sofa in the room. He didn't rush to speak, and his expression seemed a little solemn. "If you have something to say, just say it." Xiang Kaiping had a feeling that she knew what Hua Jinyao was going to say. "Auntie." After nearly a minute of silence, Hua Jinyao finally said, "Thank you for taking care of Qingsang for the past month. You've taken good care of her. She's also in a much better condition than before. Today, she had a checkup at the hospital. Everything is normal, and she's very healthy. It's all thanks to you." "It's nothing. Qingsang doesn't mind." "Of course it's thanks to you. If it weren't for you, Qingsang would still be vomiting. I'm really grateful to you." "Jinyao," Xiang Kaiping interrupted him. "If you have something to say, just say it." "Actually, it's nothing." Hua Jinyao found it very difficult to say. "Qingsang's mother is here. She's living in a hotel now." Silence. Hua Jinyao couldn't continue. In fact, the 5-star hotel was owned by Tang Mohan's family. He happened to be looking for Tang Mohan today, and accidentally saw Su Qinghui. Su Qinghui came to Rong City, but didn't come to see Su Qingsang. This was normal, but Su Qingsang didn't know at all. This wasn't normal. He asked around and found out that apart from Su Qinghui, Li Qinxue was also staying in the hotel. Li Qinxue didn't come today. She had come yesterday. The last time she came, she stayed in directly. This time she didn't. Why? There was only one explanation. Li Qinxue saw Xiang Kaiping. He wasn't as ostrich as Su Qingsang, nor was he as naive as Su Qingsang. Yes, Su Qingsang actually knew that Xiang Kaiping and Li Qinxue couldn't get along well. They couldn't even stay in the same place. But now that she was pregnant, her emotions were sensitive and changeable. She thought that she could handle this kind of balance. But Hua Jinyao wouldn't be so naive. He knew better than anyone that Xiang Kaiping and Li Qinxue had a knot that couldn't be untied. Xiang Kaiping looked at Hua Jinyao's expression and already understood what he wanted to say. "You don't want Li Qinxue to see me and know that I'm staying in Qingsang's house. You don't want me to have a conflict with Li Qinxue. So you want me to leave now?" Auntie, Chingsang's mother can't stay here forever. Hua Jinyao was halfway through his sentence and couldn't continue. Even he himself felt that his behavior was too much. When he needed her, he called her over. Now that he didn't need her, he asked her to leave. How could there be such a reason? I understand. Xiang Saiping's expression was quite calm. I'll leave tomorrow. Don't worry. Auntie. Hua Jinyao's expression was guilty and a little awkward. Xiang Kaiping smiled. In fact, I planned to leave anyway. It's just that I couldn't let go of Chingsang. Now that her mother is here, I believe she will take good care of Chingsang. There was silence. Hua Jinyao didn't know what to say. In terms of time spent together, Xiang Kaiping and Su Chingsang had spent more time together. He knew that Su Chingsang was partly because of guilt and partly because of sympathy. If Su Chingsang really had to choose, she would also choose Li Qianxue. But now that she was pregnant, Hua Jinyao didn't want Su Chingsang to face such a problem. So he was the bad guy. Su Chingsang just needed to live her own life and give birth to the child safely. It's okay. Don't feel guilty. In fact, I shouldn't have come. Auntie, don't say that. Hua Jinyao rarely did such things. It didn't feel good to be the bad guy. It's really okay. Xiang Kaiping had decided to leave a long time ago, but it wasn't because of Hua Jinyao's decision. Go back and accompany Chingsang. I'll pack my things and leave tomorrow. Auntie. Hua Jinyao stood up with a guilty expression. What can I do for you? He could give her money, but that would be an insult to Xiang Kaiping. Moreover, she wouldn't take his money. However, after saying this, he felt a little regretful. If Xiang Kaiping had asked him to get Su Peijian out, he really wouldn't have been able to do it. It's okay. I don't want anything. After Su Peijian went to prison, she took over the supermarket again. She wasn't idle now. Hua Jinyao nodded. Before leaving, he looked at Xiang Kaiping and spoke very sincerely. Auntie, Chingsang and I will visit you when we have time. No need to come. Xiang Kaiping refused. If you come too often, Li Qianxue will be unhappy. Don't worry. I'm not at the age of 70 or 80. I can take care of myself. What she said made sense. But Hua Jinyao felt a little sad when he heard it. When he returned to the room, Su Chingsang was drying her hair. Seeing this, Hua Jinyao stepped forward to take the task, and took the initiative to dry Su Chingsang's hair. Where have you been? I answered a phone call. Hua Jinyao looked at Su Chingsang's tightly closed eyes, and knew that she didn't know anything. However, he couldn't help but think, if Xiang Kaiping left tomorrow. Chingsang? Yes. After drying her hair, Hua Jinyao put the hairdryer aside. He squatted in front of Su Chingsang and looked at her. The Mid-Autumn Festival is coming soon. I know. She had already eaten mooncakes before the festival. Of course, she knew that the Mid-Autumn Festival was coming. Your mother might come to see you on the Mid-Autumn Festival. Su Chingsang was stunned. She blinked and looked at Hua Jinyao, then suddenly lowered her head. Hua Jinyao, Auntie said that she will leave tomorrow. This kind of thing couldn't be hidden. If Su Chingsang still went to look for her after Xiang Kaiping left, it would only make things difficult for everyone. Auntie is leaving? Where is she going? Where can she go? Back to her own home. Hua Jinyao held her hand and looked at her attentively. Chingsang, Auntie has her own life. We can't force her to stay. Su Chingsang was silent. She understood, but she was a little reluctant. If Auntie stays alone, I'm afraid she won't eat well or take good care of herself. Chingsang, that has nothing to do with you. But, Chingsang, I really want to ask you in your heart, who is more important, your mother or Auntie? Hua Jinyao interrupted her. This question was very sincere. Su Chingsang pursed her lips, looked into Hua Jinyao's eyes, and said without hesitation. Of course it's my mother. Since you said that, why? Su Chingsang knew what Hua Jinyao meant without saying the rest of the sentence. My mother is very good. Auntie is also very good. In my heart, I never thought of comparing them. Su Chingsang could tell the truth in front of Hua Jinyao. But I feel very guilty about Auntie. Those things have nothing to do with you. And those problems weren't caused by you. I know. She understood Hua Jinyao's words and understood them. But understanding was one thing. And not being able to get over the hurdle in her heart was another thing. She mistook me for someone else. When she took care of me in Lin City, my relationship with her was getting better and better, and I really regarded her as my mother. But who knew that she wasn't? When I didn't know who my biological mother was, I wanted to make the best of the mistake, because I could tell that Auntie liked me very much, and I liked her very much. I didn't expect that my biological mother would be Li Qianxue, who I had always been in awe of, but I couldn't hate. Su Qingsang's belly was already slightly bulging. She looked at her belly and thought about her struggle at that time. At that time, I was actually very hesitant and conflicted. I wanted to acknowledge my mother. I didn't want to hurt Auntie, but I didn't expect that I would still hurt her. She didn't give Xiang Kaiping any time to adjust. Instead, after acknowledging Li Qianxue, she immediately let Xiang Kaiping know the truth. She could have had a more compromising way. I said, "That's not your responsibility." "Yes, it's not my responsibility." Su Qingsang sighed. If she could live a better life later, I wouldn't feel so guilty. But look at the things that happened later. Which one of them could make her feel better? If Su Peixian could be like me and really want to acknowledge her and live a good life with her, I wouldn't feel so bad. But Su Peixian didn't want to get along well with her. Not to mention that she went astray. Speaking of which, Su Peixian deserved to be in prison. But Auntie became even more pitiful because of this. "Qingsang, what about your mother?" Hua Jinyao didn't believe that she didn't understand, nor did he believe that she couldn't think of it. If your mother knew that you and Auntie were living together again, and that you treated her so well, what do you think your mother would think? Su Qingsang's little face suddenly turned a little pale. She couldn't say anything. She did feel guilty about this. She was indeed in the wrong. "Jinyao, do you think that I did something wrong? What else? Do you want to say that you did the right thing?" You just like the more casual atmosphere when you get along with Auntie, right? Then don't you get along with your mother casually? Not really. Su Qingsang admitted that Li Qianxue was a mother who loved her child very much. She also knew that Li Qianxue wanted to make up for it, and was very good to her. However, Li Qianxue's desire to make up for it made her feel a lot of pressure. Auntie was actually like that before. You should be able to tell that I wasn't used to it. Later, when that kind of person became my mother, I was even more not used to it. In the past few years, Li Qianxue felt that she owed Su Qingsang, so she was even more exaggerated and careful than Xiang Kaiping when it came to Su Qingsang. One had to know that the impression that Li Qianxue gave her had always been that she was high and mighty, and she had always been above everyone else. But now she suddenly changed her style. She seemed to be very afraid that she would be unhappy, and wanted to be good to her. She was actually a little overwhelmed. A relationship that was too stressful would make people feel at a loss. I know that my mother is very good, and I also want to get along with her like a normal mother and daughter. But every time she looks at me with self-blame, guilt, and feeling that she owes me, it makes me feel very stressed. Even though I've told her that what I said has nothing to do with her. Hua Jinyao understood and understood everything. Are you trying to say that your mother makes you feel tired? A little bit. Su Qingsang bit her lip and thought of something that happened when she went to Lin City last time. That day, Li Qianxue was in the study and saw old Master Li discussing a calligraphy and painting that she had just taken. She had never received any training in that area since she was young, so she didn't know anything about calligraphy and painting or antiques. Grandpa and Li Qianxue were talking enthusiastically, and she also found it very interesting listening to them. It wasn't that she was interested, but that she had little contact with this kind of culture before. However, the atmosphere was clearly very good, but when Li Qianxue saw her expression, she thought of the past 20 years. For Li Qianxue, if she hadn't changed the child, Su Qingsang wouldn't have been like she was now, knowing nothing and knowing nothing. When she thought of it, she couldn't help but start to blame herself and feel guilty. This kind of emotion made Su Qingsang feel a little pressured. She didn't think that she had to know calligraphy and painting or antiques. Everyone had their own things that they were good at. It was as if she had watched Hua Jinyao play chess with old Master Hua. She roughly knew the rules of Go, but she still didn't know how to play it. She didn't think that it was a shameful thing that she didn't know how to play those things. But Li Qianxue cared a lot about it. In those few days, whenever she was free, she would drag her along, wanting to make up for the lessons that she had lost. Li Qianxue blamed herself and regretted missing the best period and not being able to cultivate Su Qingsang into a real lady. The more she blamed herself, the more uncomfortable Su Qingsang felt. She didn't need that kind of emotion. That wasn't Li Qianxue's fault. In fact, she was also a victim. But no matter what she said, Li Qianxue would have felt better at that time. But as long as there was a chance, as long as she discovered that there was something that Su Peixian could do and Su Qingsang couldn't, she couldn't help but fall into that kind of self-blame, guilt, and the desire to make up for it. Su Qingsang had never said these words to Hu Jinniao. He had never thought that there was such a layer of relationship between Su Qingsang and Xiang Kaiping. You should have told your mother. Why should I? Su Qingsang had a headache. I told her. I said that I don't blame anyone. I don't hate anyone, especially Li Qianxue. She didn't need to feel guilty or make up for it. It was good for her to be like this. You like Auntie, because Auntie never gave you such pressure before? Hu Jinniao was very clear about this. When Xiang Kaiping first came, she was a little restrained. After she understood, she just wanted to be good to Su Qingsang. That kind of guilt and compensation had always been in her heart, but she didn't show it. After all, to Xiang Kaiping, Su Qingsang was an illegitimate daughter. With her current appearance, she became a doctor. She married Hu Jinniao. Xiang Kaiping didn't have other children, so there was no comparison. She knew that her daughter was living a good life. Her life could be considered complete. She felt very satisfied and at ease. But Li Qianxue was different. She had raised Su Peixian and had other children. There was a comparison. When the two were compared, the feeling of self-blame that was originally only 3 points could be magnified to 10 points. What's more, she was already very guilty. Su Qingsang didn't say anything, but she didn't deny it. There was no doubt that she loved Li Qianxue. But it was also true that Li Qianxue made her feel some pressure. It was true that she sympathized and pitied Xiang Kaiping. But it was also true that Xiang Kaiping made her feel more relaxed. Chapter 635. For Su Qingsang, whether it was marrying Hu Jinniao or reuniting with Xiang Kaiping, she never saw herself as a member of their social class. After all, in her eyes, Hu Jinniao was just a low-level employee. After they got married, he treated her so well that she didn't even see him as a CEO. Although Xiang Kaiping had her own business in Rong City, she was still far from being a real rich family. It was always easier to get along with people of the same level. Honey. Hu Jinniao stopped talking. He reached out and put his arm around Su Qingsang. He glanced at the call history on her back and gently hung up the phone. Su Qingsang didn't feel it at all. She just leaned against Hu Jinniao's chest and said, "Do you think I'm too willful?" "I won't." His wife was always right no matter what she did. He could do whatever he wanted. Su Qingsang smiled and rubbed her head against his chest. She was satisfied with his unconditional indulgence. However, there were indeed some things that needed to be resolved. After thinking for a while, he said, "Tomorrow, I will send Auntie off." Then I called my mom and asked her to come over and spend the Mid-Autumn Festival with me. Do you think my mother will be willing? Yes, of course. Su Qingsang sighed softly. What else can we do for Auntie? Don't do anything. Hu Jinniao believed that she would understand. Auntie is not a weak person. She doesn't need our sympathy and pity. I hope Su Peixian will take good care of Auntie after she comes out. I think that's what she wants the most. Xiang Kaiping took the mooncakes out of the oven. Su Qingsang happened to be standing in front of the kitchen. Her luggage was already packed and placed in the living room outside. She had known about it yesterday, but when she saw the luggage, she still felt a little sad. She also felt that she was not only willful, but also a little reckless. Call him over when you need him, and let him leave when you don't need him anymore. You're up. Xiang Kaiping put the mooncake on the counter and looked at Su Qingsang with a faint smile on her face. Auntie? Su Qingsang looked ashamed. Xiang Kaiping knew what she was going to say. He gave Auntie you a few instructions, and asked her to put the mooncakes away. It had just been roasted, so it had to cool down before it could be packed. After that, she washed her hands and walked to Su Qingsang. Don't say anything, I know. Auntie. Su Qingsang lowered her head. The more Xiang Kaiping behaved like this, the more upset she felt. I'm leaving. Xiang Kaiping glanced at the house in front of her. You're not alone now. Be it in the hospital or at home, you have to be careful. It was still early in the month, and it would be inconvenient for her to move around if she got older. You're a doctor yourself. If there's anything you know better than me, I won't say anything. Su Qingsang felt a little uncomfortable, as if something was stuck in her throat. Auntie, don't cry. Crying is not good for pregnant women. Xiang Kaiping glanced at Su Qingsang's belly. After the baby is born, it may not be convenient for me to visit you. Just give me a call, and tell me you've given birth. Su Qingsang was speechless, and could only nod heavily. Xiang Kaiping went to get her luggage, and Su Qingsang followed her. Auntie, let me give you a lift. There's no need. I've called a taxi. Xiang Kaiping smiled. I still have to thank you. I even know how to call a taxi now. Su Qingsang couldn't smile. When Xiang Kaiping lived here, she did teach her some common apps. She insisted on seeing Xiang Kaiping out. While waiting for the elevator, Xiang Kaiping looked at her with a complicated expression. All right. There's something I think I need to tell you. What? Your mother came the other day. Su Qingsang was stunned. Li Qianxue came? She knows that you've been living here for more than a month. Xiang Kaiping looked at Su Qingsang's stunned expression and reached out to pat her on the shoulder. She's not very happy. I'm not saying this to sow discord. I just want to tell you that maybe you need to apologize to her. Su Qingsang felt a little dizzy until Xiang Kaiping left. She had planned to call Li Qianxue after Xiang Kaiping left, but now she was a little afraid. Li Qianxue knew that Xiang Kaiping was here, so she should be angry, right? Li Qianxue didn't sleep well last night. When she woke up in the morning, she was a little tired. Her forehead hurt, and she felt that she had caught a cold. Qianxue, are you awake? Su Qinghui's voice sounded outside. Li Qianxue didn't want to move, nor did she want to get up. Qianxue, are you okay? Su Qinghui was a little worried and asked a few more questions. Li Qianxue turned over and pulled the blanket up to cover her head, completely ignoring him. She didn't make a sound, and Su Qinghui was even more worried. He kept knocking on the door. Li Qianxue was helpless. She had a headache from the knocking on the door, so she had to get up and open the door. Su Qinghui, I'm very tired. I'm too lazy to change hotels. It doesn't mean that I accept you disturbing me like this. You don't look good. Su Qinghui didn't seem to see the disgust in her eyes. He looked at Li Qianxue's face and took a step forward. Are you okay? I'm very good. If you don't disturb me, I'll be better. In fact, she just didn't rest well. But what did that have to do with Su Qinghui? You really don't look good. Su Qinghui raised his hand to touch her forehead. Li Qianxue avoided it and took a big step back. Don't touch me. Su Qinghui's hand was raised in midair. Because of Li Qianxue's actions, his face looked a little hurt. Li Qianxue didn't care about his expression at all. She wasn't feeling well now, and not sleeping well gave her a headache. She didn't expect that she would retreat too quickly and almost trip. Qianxue? Su Qinghui quickly reached out to support her. Li Qianxue wanted to retreat, but her body was a little weak. She was forced to snuggle in Su Qinghui's arms and stared at him with cold eyes. Su Qinghui, let go of me. No. Su Qinghui had the habit of working out. All these years he had maintained his figure very well. Seeing Li Qianxue like this, he reached out and easily picked her up. Su Qinghui. Li Qianxue was anxious. Su Qinghui carried her and put her on the bed. He pressed down on her shoulder when she was about to get up. Tell me what you want to do. You need to rest now. You don't need to worry about my business. Su Qinghui looked at her stubborn look. This woman, he didn't know when it started, but she wasn't willing to show any weakness in front of him. She was like a hedgehog, wrapping herself tightly with thorns. But what should I do? I don't want to interfere in your business. He reached out and stroked her forehead. When he looked at her pale face, There was a flash of heartache in his eyes. I want to be involved in everything you do in the future, every day of your life. Huh? Li Qianxue sneered and slapped his hand away rudely. Her eyes were full of sarcasm. Su Qinghui, haven't you given me enough nightmares in the past 20 years? You still want to continue in the future? Sorry, I refuse. Su Qinghui's gaze darkened, and there was a hint of depression in his eyes. Li Qianxue didn't care. She turned her face away. Go away. I want to rest. I'll get someone to deliver the food. If you want to sleep, eat something first before you sleep. Su Qinghui, I think I have to remind you again. We're already divorced. I know. Of course Su Qinghui knew. Don't be willful. It's not good for your health. I don't need your hypocrisy. Get out of my sight. Qianxue, I'm sincere. What do I have to do to make you believe me? I won't believe you no matter what. Li Qianxue couldn't stand his hypocrisy the most. Su Qinghui, you've forgotten what you've done and said. I haven't. I've said it before. I'll never forgive you in my life, let alone believe you. Give up. Qianxue. Although she deserved it, Su Qinghui still wanted to explain clearly. Get out. Su Qinghui wanted to say something, but he heard the doorbell ring. He glanced at Li Qianxue. Under her cold gaze, he helplessly turned around and opened the door. Li Qianxue really had a headache. She covered her forehead and thought that she really needed to catch up on sleep. Xiang Kaiping should be leaving today. She originally thought that after that woman left, she would go to Su Qingsang tomorrow. However, after hearing the conversation between Su Qingsang and Hu Jinyao yesterday, she suddenly felt that she didn't want to go. Ever since she met Su Qingsang, she had indeed wanted to make it up to Su Qingsang. Therefore, no matter what Su Qingsang said, she felt that she said it was okay because she didn't want to cause trouble for her. However, she neglected the possibility that Su Qingsang really didn't think it was okay. She didn't think that it was a very shameful thing that she didn't learn the 4 arts. She also didn't think that she didn't feel inferior because she didn't receive an orthodox education. When she was an illegitimate daughter, she could adjust her emotions. There was no reason that after becoming a rich daughter, she would feel at a loss. If that was the case, then she wouldn't be her daughter. Because of Su Qingsang's words, Li Qianxue had unprecedented self-doubt. She was still thinking about it when she heard a very soft call of Mom. Li Qianxue turned around and saw Su Qingsang standing at the door in sportswear, looking at her timidly. Why are you here? How did Su Qingsang know that she was here? Did she know that she had gone to look for her? Or did she already know that she had gone to cause trouble for Xiang Kaiping? What would she think? Mom, are you not feeling well? At the same time, the voice was accompanied by Su Qingsang's figure walking quickly towards Li Qianxue. Seeing this, Li Qianxue hurriedly stood up. Walk slowly. It's not like usual now. Mom, are you not feeling well? Su Qingsang forgot all the words that she had thought before coming here when she saw Li Qianxue. She reached out to touch Li Qianxue's forehead and was relieved when she found that she didn't have a fever. Why is your face so pale? It's nothing. I didn't sleep well last night. The words didn't sleep well could mean many things. Su Qingsang thought of what Xiang Kaiping had said before, and her expression suddenly became a little conflicted. Mom, I'm sorry. This sudden apology stunned Li Qianxue for a moment. She almost understood what Su Qingsang meant. You don't have to say sorry. You didn't do me wrong. She was the one who was wrong. Her Qingsang wasn't an ordinary girl, nor was she an ordinary person. The compensation that she thought was right was not what Qingsang wanted at all. This was her fault, not Su Qingsang's. Mom, don't say that. Su Qingsang didn't realize that her willfulness would make Li Qianxue feel anything before. Now that she saw her pale face, she really felt very guilty and remorseful. I'm sorry. Qingsang, Li Qianxue interrupted her. She saw the self-blame in Su Qingsang's eyes and felt very complicated. I suddenly realized that I'm not a good mother. Or rather, I don't know how to be a mother at all. Mom! Her words made Su Qingsang feel even worse. I'm telling the truth. Li Qianxue hadn't slept well last night and had been reflecting on herself. In the past, I wanted to educate Su Peijian to be a lady from a noble family. I wanted her to become a qualified daughter of a rich family. But I forgot to teach her how to maintain her own heart. I accepted you. I wanted to be good to you. But I forgot that maybe my kindness to you is not what you need. Mom. Su Qingsang held her hand and kept shaking her head. I'm sorry. You must feel a lot of pressure when you spend time with me. But I didn't notice at all. Qingsang, I'm sorry. Mom. Su Qingsang was already blaming herself. Hearing her say that, she felt even worse. She threw herself into Li Qianshua's arms and hugged her tightly. It's all my fault. Mom. I'm begging you to stop. Alright, that's enough. Li Qianxua gently patted Su Qingsang's back. Are we competing to say sorry now? Su Qingsang stopped. She bit her lip, and there was still guilt in her eyes. Okay. It's okay. Let's not talk about it, okay? Su Qingsang's eyes were red. Ever since she heard from Xiang Kaiping that Li Qianxua had come to Rong City, she had been anxious. Later, she really didn't know how to make Li Qianxua forgive her, so she called Hua Jinyao. Hua Jinyao gave her advice. Honey, you can go to her. Tell her what you think. She's your mother. She will understand you. Su Qingsang wasn't sure, but she wasn't a person who would run away. What was wrong. She had to face her own mistakes. She didn't expect that before she could explain herself, Li Qianxua would apologize to her first, which made her feel even worse. Mom. I didn't do it on purpose. I said I won't talk about it. Why are you still talking about it? Li Qianxua held her hand tightly. This was her daughter. She was born after 10 months of pregnancy. At that time, she experienced many twists and turns before she was born. But she accidentally missed more than 20 years of life. No matter what Su Qingsang did, she would forgive her in the end. Moreover, this matter wasn't Su Qingsang's fault. But what a silly daughter. Li Qianxua patted the back of Su Qingsang's hand. I understand. You don't have to explain. Su Qingsang looked at Li Qianxua. She suddenly said very seriously, Mom, I promise you that I won't hide anything from you in the future. I won't lie to you about anything. Okay. Li Qianxua didn't object. I also promise you that I will respect your opinion in the future and won't give you any pressure. Su Qingsang shook her head gently. Mom, actually, I'm not afraid of you giving me pressure. But I don't want you to always carry this kind of guilt. I'm really living a good life. I don't need those compensations, and I don't need those worldly possessions. Really, it's good that we are like this. Su Qingsang didn't believe in fate, but she believed that everything had a cause and effect. If she was the real daughter of the Su family, she might not have met Hua Jinyao. If she hadn't had the experience of being an illegitimate daughter, she wouldn't have become who she was now. She was very satisfied with her current life, and wouldn't blame herself for what she had experienced in those years. Therefore, she didn't want Li Qianxua to always associate those years of her life with bitterness and hatred, as if she owed her a lot. Okay. I promise you. Li Qianxua looked at Su Qingsang and suddenly smiled. I suddenly realized that I really can't compare to you. Perhaps because she had experienced Su Peixian's resentment, she unconsciously put herself in her shoes and thought that Su Qingsang would have the same emotions. But the reality was that Su Qingsang was Su Qingsang, and Su Peixian was Su Peixian. They were different. Of course not. I can't compare to you, Mom. Su Qingsang relaxed and was in the mood to joke. Actually, since I was a child, I've always admired you, Mom. I think you're a very powerful person. I've been secretly learning from you. Although Li Qianxua wasn't close to her, the years they lived together had subtly influenced her a little. She was mentally strong and wouldn't be defeated by external affairs. Really? Su Qingsang nodded. When I found out that you were my mother, I was so excited. It was just that the time they had spent together was too short, and they hadn't had time to completely eliminate the estrangement of those years. But it didn't matter. It was not too late to slowly eliminate it now. Mom, don't stay in the hotel. Come home with me, okay? Su Qingsang said carefully. She was afraid that Li Qianxua would still mind that Xiang Kaiping had stayed at their house and refused to go back. So she quickly added, I've already asked Auntie Yu to tidy up your original room. Don't worry, it's all new. There were several guest rooms in Hua Jinyao's house. She didn't let Xiang Kaiping stay in the room that Li Qianxue had stayed in before. In fact, she knew very well that no matter how much she sympathized with Xiang Kaiping and how much she wanted to take care of her, Li Qianxue's position in her heart couldn't be surpassed. Li Qianxue looked at her and nodded. Okay, then let's go now. Su Qingsang stood up and glanced at Li Qianxue. By the way, Mom, where's your luggage? Let me help you pack it. I'll do it myself. Li Qianxue stood up. She had been a little uncomfortable at first, but now that she had talked it out with her daughter, she suddenly felt relaxed and in a much better state. I'll help you. Su Qingsang wanted to help, but at that moment, someone knocked on the door of the room twice. When she saw Su Qinghui standing at the door, Su Qingsang seemed to remember that Su Qinghui was also there. Just now, she had wanted to explain to Li Qianxue, but now that she saw Su Qinghui, she was a little confused. She glanced at Li Qianxue. Chapter 636. Su Qingsang looked at Li Qianxue in disbelief. She couldn't believe that Li Qianxue would forgive Su Qinghui so easily. Su Qinghui calmly looked at the mother and daughter, as if he didn't feel Su Qingsang's probing gaze. He had just ordered breakfast, and it was already served. Qianxue, your breakfast is here. You should eat first. Li Qianxue stood there without moving. Su Qinghui glanced at Su Qingsang and said, Qingsang, why don't you join us? Mom, what was going on? Su Qingsang looked at Su Qinghui, and then at Li Qianxue. Li Qianxue's expression did not change. She calmly dragged her suitcase out. Qingsang, let's go. Pack your things and we can leave. Su Qingsang blinked. Did he mean that he hadn't forgiven Su Qinghui? How did the two of them end up living together? Su Qinghui's eyes flashed with bitterness because of Li Qianxue's behavior. Qianxue, even if you want to leave, you still have to eat. Li Qianxue stopped in her tracks and turned to look at Su Qinghui. She didn't stand on ceremony at all. Su Qinghui, the Li family is not so poor that we can't even afford to eat. Su Qinghui's face was ashen. Although Su Qingsang knew that it was all because of Su Qinghui, who had always been elegant and gentle, showing such an expression in front of her. Especially since he was her father, this kind of feeling made her a little uncomfortable. She turned away from Su Qinghui and went to help Li Qianxue pack her luggage. She was here to apologize today. She couldn't stand on the wrong side again and make Li Qianxue unhappy. Su Qinghui looked at Li Qianxue. She had been uncomfortable just a moment ago, but now she was full of energy because she was about to leave this place and him. Li Qianxue couldn't wait to get rid of him. This realization made his heart ache. Unfortunately, Li Qianxue didn't care about Su Qinghui's feelings right now. She hadn't brought many things over the past 2 days. She hadn't even touched her luggage because she was in a bad mood. In less than 10 minutes, everything was ready. Su Qingsang wanted to help Li Qianxue with her luggage. There was no way Li Qianxue would let her do it. He pulled his luggage and walked out. Su Qinghui followed behind her. Qianxue, I'll help you. No need. Li Qianxue avoided his hand and went downstairs with Su Qingsang. When she reached the lobby, she turned and walked to the front desk. Su Qingsang didn't know what she wanted to do, so she followed behind her. She took out her card and paid for the room for the next few days. What was going on? The moment Li Qianxue put the card into her bag, she saw the shock on Su Qingsang's face. She smiled. I don't even eat his breakfast, so I don't need him to pay for my room. Li Qianxue was Li Qianxue, and Su Qinghui was Su Qinghui. There was no relationship between the two of them. Su Qingsang stood at the side and didn't know what to say. One was his father, and the other was his mother. Although they weren't close, the current situation still made her feel a little uncomfortable. Su Qingsang was driven by the chauffeur. As soon as she went out, the chauffeur came over to take Li Qianxue's luggage and put it in the trunk. The mother and daughter got into the car. Su Qingsang glanced at the hotel before the car left. She didn't know if her eyes were playing tricks on her, but she just saw Su Qinghui running down the hall. Mom! Yes. Su Qingsang, who had spoken to Li Qianxue, was no longer as nervous as before. She was a little more casual. I just want to ask, do you really hate my dad that much? Just because he replaced me in Su Peijian? Li Qianxue didn't expect Su Qingsang to ask her such a question. She looked at Su Qingsang and shook her head gently. No. Some things were already in the past. She didn't want to mention it. But not mentioning it didn't mean that those things didn't exist. Dad and I couldn't live on for a long time. Knowing that he secretly swapped my child was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Su Qingsang was silent. She had some understanding of the way Li Qianxue and Su Qinghui got along before. My dad is really regretting it now. I can see it. She was saying this as a statement. She didn't mean to take sides, nor was she speaking up for Su Qinghui. He regrets it, so I have to forgive him? Li Qianxue retorted, then shook her head. Qingsang, I don't mind telling you. Your dad didn't torture me in a day or two. It wasn't a month or 2 months, or even a year or 2 years. It's been more than 20 years, and it's been stabbing me in the heart without interruption. She rarely talked about these things with Su Qingsang. In the past, she always felt that she didn't want to mention it in front of her daughter. But now she realized that there was nothing that she couldn't say. I used to be willing to endure it for Su Peijian, for Yusin, and even for your grandfather. But now, I don't want to endure it anymore. She was also pampered by old Master Li as she grew up. She was also an ordinary person with dignity, self-esteem, and would be sad and sad. Su Qinghui's harm, to her, was like a machete that was constantly waved at a tree. Machete after machete. She used to think that she could heal. She also tried her best to heal the wound every time she was injured. But now, she didn't want to get hurt again. Qingsang, when your body is injured, even if you recover one day, there will be scars. Not to mention the wound in your heart. Su Qingsang understood and stopped trying to persuade her. She slowly moved her face closer to Li Qianxue and rubbed her shoulder. If you don't want to forgive me, then don't. Anyway, you're my mother. No matter what you do, I will support you. You. Li Qianxue was relieved and touched Su Qingsang's face. Even if you don't support me, you won't change my decision. That's why I have to support you even more. Su Qingsang said with a smile. To strengthen your confidence. Li Qianxue smiled and felt a little more relieved. She couldn't be bothered to hate the person she wanted to hate now. But she would definitely cherish the person she wanted to cherish. Just as Su Qingsang had said before, she was still young, only in her 40s. She had a chance to slowly walk out of the haze of the past and live the rest of her life well. Xiang Saiping's sudden departure actually made Su Qingsang a little uncomfortable. But this unfamiliarity became very weak because of Li Qianxue's arrival. She brought Li Qianxue to a nearby tea restaurant for breakfast. Then they went home together. After entering the door, she led Li Qianxue to the guest room. As soon as the two of them put down their things, Ms. Yu came to look for them. Madam, those mooncakes are cold now. You can pack them up. Didn't Sister Xiang buy packaging bags earlier? Do you know where they are? Su Qingsang and Xiang Kaiping had bought the ingredients for the mooncakes together. Ms. Yu didn't know where they were. Su Qingsang was about to answer when she suddenly thought of Li Qianxue, who was still in the room. Wait a minute. I'll come and get them for you later. Ms. Yu left. Su Qingsang looked at Li Qianxue nervously. Mom, before. You don't have to say it. I know. Li Qianxue knew that Xiang Kaiping had made mooncakes for Su Qingsang. She also knew that Su Qingsang's meals were made by Xiang Kaiping every day. Mom. Although she had already said it out loud, Su Qingsang was still a little nervous. It's okay. I'm not jealous. Li Qianxue looked at Su Qingsang very seriously. When I came to look for you yesterday, she said that she wanted me to give her 2 days. She said that she promised you that she would make mooncakes for you. Yes, Xiang Kaiping promised. But she left as soon as she finished making them. They drove her away in disguise. I'm not jealous, although I'm a little unhappy. Li Qianxue didn't mind letting Su Qingsang know her dissatisfaction. She now understood that although they were mother and daughter, and were related by blood, they had never lived together. Whether it was her or Su Qingsang, they both needed time to adapt to such a relationship and increase their intimacy. The most obvious one was to let the other party know your thoughts and understand your thoughts. However, you chose me in the end. I'm very happy. There was a hidden pride in Li Qinshua's tone. Su Qingsang heard it and heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, she went forward and hugged her arm. Mom, of course I chose you. You're my biological mother. Yes, I'm your biological mother. Just this point alone was more than enough for her to win against Xiang Kaiping. Therefore, why should she be unhappy? Why should she ruin her mood because of Xiang Kaiping? No matter what the reason was, 26 years ago, Su Qinghui chose her. 26 years later, her daughter chose her again. She won, didn't she? Li Qinshu stayed. The next day was the Mid-Autumn Festival. Su Qingsang received a call from Lu Tongjia early in the morning, asking her to go back to the old house for the festival. This year, Li Qinshu would also be there. Su Qingsang couldn't let her be alone. Lu Tongjia also knew that Li Qinshu was there, so she asked Su Qingsang to bring her along. Because of some unpleasantness with Li Qinshu before, Lu Tongjia was afraid that she would feel uncomfortable, so she didn't want to come. She even called Li Qinshu herself. This could be considered as giving Li Qinshu a lot of face. Li Qinshu knew that this was Lu Tongjia's show of goodwill. She also understood that Lu Tongjia's current behavior was mostly because of the child in her daughter's belly. But no matter what, at least Su Qingsang wouldn't have problems with her mother-in-law and daughter-in-law in the future, which was already a big relief. Even if Hu Jinyao really didn't care, if Su Qingsang always had a bad relationship with Lu Tongjia, it would still be very embarrassing. Now that Lu Tongjia was willing to lower her status, it was enough to let Li Qinshu feel relieved and relieved. The Mid-Autumn Festival in the Hua family was similar to the Dragon Boat Festival. Hua Yangshu's family and Hua Yongyuan's family all came. Because Su Qingsang was pregnant and had twins, she undoubtedly became the focus of everyone present. Among those who cared about her, Hua Mingliang's family was the only one who didn't. Hua Yifan was still sitting in prison. Nian Chunya went to see him a few times. Every time she saw him, she felt more and more upset. She didn't care what her son did. No matter how she blamed it, she could only blame Hua Jinyao for being cold-blooded and old Master Hua for being heartless. Chapter 637. Su Qingsang was pregnant. Xiang Kaiping had been taking good care of her during this period of time, and she had become more plump. After talking things out with Li Qinshu, he looked much better. Hua Jinyao now regarded her as an important person to take care of and protect. Whenever she went out, someone had to follow her. As long as he was at home, he would always be by her side. At that moment, Su Qingsang only frowned slightly, and he immediately brought her a glass of warm water. They did not care that there were other elders and relatives in the living room. Nian Chunya could only feel that her gums were dry and stiff. Her son had been living a good life, but Hua Jinyao just couldn't let go of such a small matter. What about now? The two of them were so happy. Her son was still in prison. Hua Jinyao just needed to get him in. Old Master Hua was also so biased that he didn't take Hua Yifan's side at all. Nian Chunya's expression was very ugly. If there weren't so many relatives present, she would have jumped up, pointed at Hua Jinyao's nose and scolded him. Hua Manzi sat next to her and pinched her arm. She came close to him, and her voice was very light. Mom, calm down. Calm down. How could he calm down? Ever since Hua Yifan's accident, she had been unwilling to appear in this house. After all, Hua Mingguang's family was grandfather Hua's closest family. Their family was nothing, right? Nian Chunya had come from a humble family to begin with. She didn't have any foresight. To her, her husband and son were the most important. She didn't care about the family's honor. Now, her son was in jail because of Hua Jinyao, but Hua Jinyao seemed to have become a winner in life. He had everything he wanted, which was very difficult for her to accept. Especially after seeing Hua Yifan, the contrast was even more obvious. Look, it's a holiday now, but they're all so lively here. What about Hua Yifan? He was alone in that cold prison. He had no family, no freedom. Nian Chunya's heart was filled with hatred, and she exerted more force. Hua Manzi unclasped her fingers little by little, and gently stretched them out. Manzi, a little impatience spoils great plans. Huamanzi's voice was very soft. The future is long, and now is the time for them to show off. It's not suitable to go against them. Nian Chuanya knew this was the truth, but she couldn't help it. Do you have a plan? No. Huamanzi glanced in Su Qingsang's direction. Li Qianxue was also here today. Ever since Su Qingsang was pregnant, Lu Tongjia's attitude toward her had changed. Before, they could see Lu Tongjia making things difficult for Su Qingsang. But now Lu Tongjia and Su Qingsang were like mother and daughter. The better they lived, the worse Huamanzi felt. Her emotions were the same as Nian Chuanya's. However, she was smarter than Nian Chuanya in that she wasn't in a hurry to do anything. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Old Master Hua had been in a good mood recently. Su Qingsang was pregnant with twins. There were quite a few great-grandfathers around his age, but there weren't many great-grandfathers who could be twins. At a time like this, how could Huamanzi, who knew how to judge the situation, offend Grandfather Hua? Su Qingsang didn't notice the look in Hua Mingliang's eyes at all. She was listening to Lu Tongjia and Li Qianxue talk about their pregnancies. It seemed that all mothers had this habit. Once they found out that someone around them was pregnant, they couldn't wait to repeat the symptoms of their pregnancy at that time. She was a doctor herself. In fact, these symptoms were very clear as early as when she was in school. However, everyone's reaction was different. She found it quite interesting to listen to them. Old Master Hu was in a good mood and chatted with Hu Yangyuan and Hu Yangxiu. When he saw Uncle Cheng enter the door, he stood up with a smile. The last guest is here. We can start eating. Everyone present looked in the direction of the door because of Old Master Hu's words. The others' expressions didn't change, but Li Qianxue's face suddenly darkened. She didn't expect Old Master Hu to invite Su Qinghui. Qinghui is here? Come and sit down. Old Master. Su Qinghui came to Rong City for business. After finishing his business, he deliberately chose a long time to visit Old Master Hua. Old Master Hua knew that he was also in Rong City, so he called him to the Mid-Autumn Festival banquet today. I'm late. I'm sorry. Su Qinghui handed over the gift in his hand as he spoke. Old Master Hu didn't open the gift. He just glanced at Uncle Cheng and asked him to take it. He looked at Su Qinghui with a faint smile in his eyes. It's good that you're here. Don't do these things next time. It's just a little plaything. I'm glad that you don't mind. Li Qianxue sat there. The cheerful appearance of talking with Lu Tongjia just now was completely gone. She sat there with a cold face and looked at Su Qinghui with undisguised disdain. However, there were too many people from the Hua family today. They were all relatives of the Hua family. No matter how reluctant she was, she couldn't directly embarrass Su Qinghui. She could only watch as Su Qinghui sat down next to her and squeezed into the seat between her and Qingsang. Qianxue. Su Qinghui looked at Li Qianxue. She was still very beautiful today. She had always been the focus of the crowd. No matter where he was, he could recognize Li Qianxue at a glance. I thought I was going to pick you up. I didn't expect you to come with Qingsang. Li Qianxue completely ignored Su Qinghui's words. Her heart had already turned cold, so she naturally wouldn't pay attention to Su Qinghui. Let's go together later. Su Qinghui said quite casually, as if they were still husband and wife and hadn't divorced yet. Li Qianxue didn't want to tacitly agree to such a thing. Just as she was about to refute, Old Master Hua had already received Aunt Zhou's instructions and could start the banquet. Let's go. Let's eat. Today is a good day. I'm happy, so I want to drink a few more glasses. Grandpa, even if you're happy, you should drink less. Your blood pressure can't drink too much. Su Qingsang's timely concern made Old Master Hua laugh. He waved his hand and said, Let's not worry about blood pressure today. I'm happy anyway. Let's go. Let's eat. After being interrupted like this, Li Qianxue didn't have a chance to speak at all. Not only that, after they entered the restaurant, Li Qianxue found that her seat was actually arranged with Su Qinghui's. This made her expression even more unpleasant. She couldn't help but look in Su Qingsang's direction, wanting her to come over and change seats with her. However, today, Li Qianxue and Su Qinghui came as in-laws. In order to show that they were biological relatives, Old Master Hua arranged Su Qinghui and Li Qinshua's seats next to him. On the other side of him sat Hu Yangyuan and his wife, Hu Yangxiu and his wife. Hu Jingniao and Su Qingseng were further down. In this way, Li Qianxue couldn't even change seats, because that would be too much of a movement, and it would make a joke of herself. It wasn't that Su Qingseng didn't see Li Qianxue's pleading eyes, but she couldn't help her for the time being. Su Qingseng heard Zhang Yichen's name when Old Master Hua was talking to Hu Yangxiu and his wife. Hu Yangxiu was full of helplessness when she talked about her youngest son. Some time ago, Zhang Yichen volunteered to be an instructor at a newly established base. It was estimated that he wouldn't be back for 2 or 3 years. I don't know what's wrong with him. It's said that he trains for more than 10 hours every day. Those new soldiers are miserable under his training. What nonsense are you talking about? Zhang Xinghua glanced at her disapprovingly. It's a good thing that our son is ambitious. If those people can't endure it, they will naturally be eliminated. If they can endure it and make a name for themselves, they are the talents we need. Yes, you're right. I'm just worried about my own son, okay? Su Qingseng turned her face at the right time and looked at the piece of fish that Hu Jiniao put into her bowl. It's very tender. Try it. Okay. She still felt a little nauseous these days, but at least she didn't throw up anymore. She also knew that as the months went on, it would be more and more torturous. Hu Jiniao looked at Su Qingseng's eyes. It seemed that she didn't hear what Hu Yangxiu said at all. He didn't expect Zhang Yichen to go so far away, but it was good. He believed that when Zhang Yichen came back, his child would be born. By then, maybe he would already have a woman he liked. Su Qinghui saw what Hu Jiniao was doing and put a piece of fish into Li Qianshua's bowl. Li Qianxue looked at the piece of fish and resisted the urge to pick it up and throw it at Su Qinghui's face. She gritted her teeth and glared at Su Qinghui with a warning look. Su Qinghui acted as if he didn't see it and put another shrimp into her bowl. This shrimp is good. Try it. I have hands. There were other members of the Hua family around her. Li Qianxue didn't want to lose her composure, and she couldn't. She lowered her voice, and the warning look in her eyes became more and more obvious. I can eat it myself. I know you have hands, but I just want to pick up food for you. Can't I? Su Qinghui found that he was really smart. He knew to visit Old Master Hua a few days ago. It was such a rare opportunity today. God knew that he hadn't eaten with Li Qianxue since the divorce. He thought that he was affectionate, but Li Qianxue almost wanted to throw up. She couldn't pick up the food in her bowl and throw it at Su Qinghui's face. She could only force herself to ignore it. When Su Qinghui put the food in her bowl for the 3rd time, she clenched the chopsticks in her palm. Su Qinghui, that's enough. She leaned close to his ear, and her low voice couldn't hide her anger at this time. Don't think that I won't fall out with you. Su Qinghui showed a rare faint smile. He turned his face and looked at the anger in Li Qianshue's eyes. Look at the woman he liked. She was so beautiful even when she was angry. If I remember correctly, you've already fallen out with me. Li Qianshue's face was red, but she couldn't lose her temper. Su Qinghui stopped when he was ahead, and finally stopped picking up food for her. This meal was very uncomfortable for Li Qianxue. However, Old Master Hua turned his head to talk to her from time to time, and asked about Old Master Li's situation. Li Qianxue could only cheer up and answer. Su Qinghui also said a few words on the side. Obviously, Old Master Hua thought that they were going to get married again. They were young people. They quarreled and reconciled. Wasn't that how life was? Those who knew the inside story thought that the two of them were going to get married again. Those who didn't know the inside story always thought that they were a loving couple. Li Qianxue didn't have the chance to explain at all. Soon, someone held a glass of wine and toasted the two of them. After all, they were in-laws of the Hua family. Seeing Old Master Hua's attitude, when other people came to toast, they all toasted Li Qianxue and Su Qinghui. This made Li Qianxue more and more uncomfortable. When it was almost time to end, she told Su Qingseng that she wasn't feeling well and had to go back to rest. Why go back? If you're tired, just rest here. Old Master Hua waved his hand and directly made the decision for them. There are many guest rooms anyway. Tongjia, have you arranged everything? Don't worry. Dad, everything has been arranged. Lu Tongjia was a qualified mistress of the He family. These small things were nothing to her. Li Qianxue wanted to refuse, but Lu Tongjia had already taken her upstairs to the guest room. If you drink too much, go up and rest for a while. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival, and we still have to admire the moon at night. You can rest for a while. Later, we'll go to the garden in the back together. I have a few datura flowers that are blooming well. There are also new chrysanthemums. The first batch has also bloomed. We can admire the moon and chrysanthemums later. Li Qianxue couldn't refuse. After entering the door, she had to rest for a while. She was woken up by the ringtone when she was in a daze. When she opened her eyes and saw Su Yusen's name displayed on the screen, she answered the video call from him without hesitation. Mom, happy Mid-Autumn Festival. This time, Old Master Li went to spend the Mid-Autumn Festival with Su Yusen. So Li Qianxue came to Rong City to accompany Su Qingsang. It was the first time Su Yusen had left home, and the first time he hadn't spent the Mid-Autumn Festival with Li Qianxue. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Li Qianxue was in a daze, and didn't know what time it was. She sat up. Her voice was a little hoarse after drinking a little. She was about to get up to find a glass of water. There was really a glass of water in front of her. Li Qianxue took it and drank half of it before she realized that the glass of water was actually brought over by Su Qinghui. At the same time, Su Qinghui's figure appeared on Su Yusen's screen. The person on the other side of the screen could see everything clearly. Dad, when Su Yusen saw Su Qinghui's figure, he was stunned. What was going on? Why was Su Qinghui and Li Qianxue together? The two of them were in the same room. And looking at Li Qianxue, it was obvious that she had just woken up. Su Yusen was no longer that naive boy who didn't know anything. He knew what it meant for a woman to wake up in bed with a man next to her. Yusen, happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Compared with Li Qianxue's stunned expression, Su Qinghui seemed much calmer. Are you alone? No, with Grandpa. Old Master Li was sitting behind Su Yusen, so he naturally saw Li Qianxue and Su Qinghui. Qianxue, Chenghuiyu. In such a situation, anyone would misunderstand. Dad, Yusen, it's not what you think. How could Li Qianxue let such a misunderstanding happen? She was anxious to explain. She was a little excited, and almost couldn't hold the glass in her hand. Su Qinghui took it in time and put it aside. Looking at it now, the two people on the other side of the screen were more likely to misunderstand. Then what is it? Su Yusen looked at Li Qianxue's hair, which was a little messy because of her sleep. Mom, are you going to remarry? No. Li Qianxue answered quickly. Who was going to remarry Su Qinghui? She hated him and couldn't wait to dislike him. Qianxue? Old Master Li wasn't blind just now. He saw clearly that his daughter wanted to drink water, and Su Qinghui poured water for her. It was obvious that they were very familiar with each other, and their coordination was very good. It was as if the two of them often did this. Li Qianxue said that she was going to Rong City to see Su Qingsang, but he didn't expect that she would go with Su Qinghui. It was really surprising. Dad, don't ask. It's really not what you think. I'll explain to you when I come back. After saying this, Li Qianxue looked at Su Yusen. Yusen, take good care of Grandpa. I'll fly to see you in 2 days. Okay. Su Yusen nodded. Li Qianxue quickly hung up the phone and turned to face Su Qinghui. She quickly changed her face, and her eyes were obviously angry. Why are you here? What do you think? Su Qinghui sat down next to her and watched as Li Qianxue's body moved back a lot because of his movements. This is the guest room of the He family, and we are husband and wife. Of course, they arranged for us to be in the same room. Who's husband and wife with you? Li Qianxue didn't accept this excuse. We're already divorced. It doesn't matter anymore. But they don't know. Then why don't you explain it clearly? Why should I explain? Su Qinghui's body leaned forward slightly. Seeing the dissatisfaction in Li Qianxue's eyes, he rarely showed his hooligan side. You don't know how happy I am to be misunderstood. Crazy. Li Qianxue pushed him away and quickly got off the bed from the other side. However, her shoes were placed on Su Qinghui's side. She wanted to leave without putting on her shoes. Su Qinghui saw it and quickly picked up the pair of shoes. He walked around the bed and stood in front of Li Qianxue. Put your shoes on. Put them down. Give me your feet. Su Qinghui reached out his hand to Li Qianxue and gestured for her to give him her feet. Are you going to help me put on my shoes? Li Qianxue took a step back. She didn't intend to cooperate with Su Qinghui at all. Qianxue? Su Qinghui. Li Qianxue looked at the shoes in his hand and then at Su Qinghui's calm face. She sneered. Who are you pretending to be affectionate for? The guest room of the Hua family was covered with a thick carpet. She didn't feel cold even if she stepped on it. She just crossed her arms in front of her chest and looked at the man who was half squatting in front of her. He looked servile and humble. Do you know that every time you show such a look in front of me, I'm not very touched. Instead, I feel like vomiting? Su Qinghui looked at Li Qianxue and knew that she didn't have anything nice to say to him. He also knew that she wouldn't be polite to him. I'm not pretending. I'm serious. And then, Li Qianxue bent down and snatched the shoe from his hand without thinking. She couldn't bear it if he touched her things. I have to be grateful. Kneel down and thank you. Qianxue, that's not what I meant. Su Qinghui. Li Qianxue put on the shoe and bent down to put on the other shoe. After putting it on, she stood up straight and glared at Su Qinghui coldly. Have you forgotten? Once when we went to a banquet, my shoe was accidentally stuck in a crack in the ground. I asked you to help me take my shoe. What did you say at that time? Su Qinghui didn't lose his memory. On the contrary, ever since he divorced Li Qianxue, the scenes of his life in the past 20 years became clearer and clearer. Of course, he remembered what she said. Li Qianxue saw his reaction and knew that he hadn't forgotten. It was good that he hadn't forgotten. He said, Who do you think you are? Even if I'm the eldest daughter of the Li family, in your heart I'm nothing. You won't love me, and you won't have feelings for me. You told me not to expect you to help me take my shoe even once. You said that, right? Su Qinghui's expression finally changed a little. He maintained his squatting posture and didn't move at all. Li Qianxue didn't want to bring up the past. Some things were in the past. If Su Qinghui could stay away from her, she would never have said these words. There was another time when I excitedly bought a whole new set of clothes for you. Then, I went home and wanted you to try them on. When I put the pair of handmade leather shoes in front of you, you said, Don't say it. Su Qinghui remembered. He hadn't forgotten. Even though that scene had happened more than 20 years ago, he hadn't forgotten it. He didn't let her say it, but Li Qianxue insisted. You said, So I'm really that cheap? I'm even willing to do something like carrying your shoes. Unfortunately, in your heart, I'm not even worthy of carrying your shoes. Right? Don't say it. Qianxue, I beg you don't say it. Su Qinghui closed his eyes. He didn't want to listen anymore. Li Qianxue didn't want to recall it either. Those memories weren't good at all. After tearing apart the first layer of skin, all that was left were the ugly and embarrassing memories of devastation. All right, if you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Anyway, I believe in your memory, and I won't let you lose your memory. Do you know? Yesterday, Qingsang asked me if I had forgiven you. She asked me if I hated you so much because you changed her and Su Peijian's identities. Do you know what I answered her? I told her, no, at least not completely. Knowing that you changed their identities was just the last straw that broke the camel's back for me. For more than 20 years, your sarcasm, indifference and sarcasm towards me have been stabbing me in the heart time and time again. Su Qinghui, it's been 26 years. From the moment I fell in love with you until now, I've spent more than 26 years on you. Now can I beg you? Can you be magnanimous and let me go? After all, I'm not young anymore. I'm no longer a little girl in her early 20s. I really don't have the energy to play this kind of game with you. I love you, but you don't love me anymore. I'm in my 40s and almost 50 years old. I can't afford to mess around. I don't want to mess around either. Please stay away from me in the future. Chapter 638. Here. Li Qianxue pointed to the position of her heart. Her voice was very soft, and there was determination in it. It used to be hot, and it used to be warm, but now it's cold, dead, and broken. There's nothing left. All of this is because of you, Su Qinghui. So don't think about what you can do to move me. Don't think about asking me to forgive you and give you a chance to start over, because I have no heart anymore. Su Qinghui couldn't speak. He lowered his head, and the part of his forehead that was covered by his hair blocked his eyes. His expression couldn't be seen. His body was extremely stiff, and he maintained a half-squatting posture without moving. Only his tightly clenched fists revealed some of his emotions. Li Qianxue didn't look at him. Some things were in the past. She didn't want to say it. She was proud. She had once put down her pride in front of Su Qinghui. She had made herself humble and ingratiating. She had once put down all her dignity to love Su Qinghui. She had loved him for 26 years. She had no self, no dignity, and even no bottom line. That wasn't her. It wasn't the real Li Qianxue. Now she refused to remember. She wanted to be herself. That proud, arrogant, and superior Li Qianxue. Forget it. Don't mention it. In the end, she still lost control. She wouldn't admit that Su Qinghui had the ability to make her lose control. She hoped that this would be the last time, and that it wouldn't happen again. Today, she really couldn't control herself, because she had drunk a little. She admitted that she had grievances in her heart, and it was a considerable amount of grievances. She did hate Su Qinghui, not only because he replaced Su Qingsang and Su Peijian's identities, but also because he didn't love her. What she hated the most was that he used her love to hurt her unscrupulously. He used her love for him as a weapon to hurt her. No one would be able to persevere if their sincerity was constantly betrayed and hurt. Those years were too difficult for her, and it was too painful. She didn't want that anymore. She slowed down her breathing and calmed herself down. She picked up her bag and left. She asked Su Qingsang to arrange a car to take her home. She would rather go back to Hu Jinyao's apartment and spend time with Su Qingsang than see Su Qinghui's face, which was pretending to be affectionate. The door opened and closed. Su Qinghui lost his strength and sat on the carpet. He didn't lose his memory. He remembered what Li Qianxue remembered. He knew everything he had said and done. Li Qianxue's words only made him understand once again that if he really wanted Li Qianxue to forgive him, it was a goal that would be difficult to achieve no matter how much effort he put in. Or perhaps he would never be able to make Li Qianxue forgive him in this lifetime. His eyes were a little sore and dry. Su Qinghui lowered his head and covered his eyes tightly. The sour feeling came from the regret and reluctance in his heart. He knew that Li Qianxue would not forgive him so easily. But what was he going to do? He really didn't want to let go. Li Qianxue didn't sleep well that night. Maybe it was because of the alcohol, or maybe it was because of other reasons. She had a dream that night. The dreams that came one after another made her feel uncomfortable. She woke up after 6 o'clock. When she woke up, Li Qianxue couldn't sleep anymore. After thinking for a while, she went in the direction of the kitchen. For her, taking care of her daughter was much more important than being involved with Su Qinghui. Standing in front of the refrigerator, Li Qianxue stared at the food inside and was stunned for a moment. The last time she cooked seemed to be more than 20 years ago. At that time, she believed in the books that if she wanted to capture a man's heart, she had to capture his stomach first. Therefore, she specially bought a lot of recipes to study, from the 8 major cuisines to home-cooked side dishes to healthy soups. At that time, she spent a lot of effort on cooking. Unfortunately, perhaps because of her limited talent, the food she cooked could only be described as terrible. No matter how simple or homely the dishes were, they would all be ruined by her. After repeated attempts, and after several blisters appeared on her hands, she finally managed to cook something that was barely presentable. She happily brought it to Su Qinghui, but he didn't eat it at all and even mocked her. He said, Li Qianxue stopped thinking. Yesterday, she told herself not to think about it, but now she was still thinking about it. She shook her head and threw away all those messy thoughts. Now, what she needed to think about was how to successfully make breakfast. Should she fry an egg and make an egg sandwich? That shouldn't be too difficult, right? She had all the ingredients. Ever since Su Qingseng got pregnant, she was afraid that she would want to eat something at any time. So the refrigerator at home was filled with ingredients. Li Qianxue first looked up the method on the internet, and then found all the ingredients. According to the instructions, she began to fry the eggs first. When Su Qingseng came out of the room, she smelled the hidden burning smell in the air. Because it was the Mid-Autumn Festival yesterday, she gave Auntie Yu the day off. Auntie Yu wouldn't come today. Could it be that Hu Jinya was cooking? When she saw Li Qianxue standing in front of the kitchen counter and frying an egg, Su Qingseng felt that her eyeballs were about to fall out. Mom! Qingseng? Li Qianxue was embarrassed for a moment. She didn't expect her cooking skills to be so bad. It was just frying an egg. The steps on the internet were extremely simple. But, looking at the black eggs in the trash can, she felt a pang of guilt. They were of different degrees, but they were all black. Mom, are you making breakfast? Li Qianxue became more and more embarrassed. I wanted to make you an egg sandwich. Su Qingseng looked at her, and her heart felt as if it had been gently pricked by a needle at that moment. It didn't hurt, but it made her feel a little uncomfortable. Who was Li Qianxue? She was actually cooking for her? She was willing to bet that Li Qianxue had never cooked for herself in the past few decades. But now, she was thinking of making a sandwich for her. Mom, let me do it. Su Qingseng calmly put away the emotions on her face and took a few steps forward to stand in front of the kitchen counter. Don't, let's go out to eat. You're pregnant. How can I let you cook? It's okay. Su Qingseng smelled the obvious burning smell that even the range hood couldn't hide. Mom, stand outside a little. Otherwise, the smell of smoke will be too strong. No, you should rest. I'm too stupid. I don't even know how to cook. Mom, how can you be stupid? In my heart, you're the smartest. Su Qingseng smiled at Li Qianxue, washed the black bottom of the pot, and took out the eggs again. Mom, why don't you go outside and rest? It's okay. I'll stand here and look at you. Li Qianxue looked at Su Qingseng's slightly bulging belly. I always feel that we should go out to eat. There's no need. How can I be so fragile? Su Qingseng turned on the fire and poured oil. Didn't you hear? In the past, people were still working in the fields a few days before they were going to give birth. Although she had never given birth, as an obstetrician and gynecologist, she had heard too much in the hospital. Many mothers-in-law, or mothers, liked to tell their daughter-in-law or daughter how hard they had worked back then, and how happy they were now when they gave birth. That was in the past and now is now. Li Qianxue watched Su Qingseng put the eggs into the pot nimbly. It was the same process, but Su Qingseng's movements were smoother than hers. Mom, when you fry this egg, don't turn the fire too high. Just turn the fire to medium. Fry this side first. When you feel that the bottom is golden brown, it's almost done. Then turn it over. It won't take too long. When the egg is old, it won't taste good. As she spoke, Su Qingseng had already fried the egg. She scooped it out and continued with the second one. At the same time, she turned around and put the toast into the oven. This is cooked, right? Yes. Su Qingseng nodded. But if you roast it, it will taste better later. I like to eat it this way. As Su Qingseng spoke, she continued to fry the second egg. It was just turned over. Li Qianxue blinked. Qingseng, you're amazing. This really isn't amazing. Su Qingseng smiled. She was a little embarrassed by Li Qianxue's exaggerated praise. It's just the simplest. But I don't even know how to do the simplest. But Mom, you know how to make money. As Su Qingseng spoke, she had already fried the second egg. She chatted with Li Qianxue while her hands didn't stop moving. Look, the Li Corporation is so big, and there are so many things to do. Mom, you can still do so well. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't be able to do it. That's because you didn't learn. If you learned, you would also be able to do it. Not necessarily. Mom, don't think too highly of me. I really don't have that talent. Su Qingseng made all 3 sandwiches, then cut the first one into 4 pieces and placed them. Okay, another glass of milk. It's done. Try it. Li Qianxue sat down, tasted it, and nodded heavily. Delicious. Qing-sang, your cooking is so good. You're the one who doesn't mind. Su Qing-sang sat down as well. Just as she took a bite, Hua Jinyao came back. He was used to running in the morning every morning. He didn't go when Su Qing-sang's morning sickness was the most serious. Recently, Su Qing-sang became sleepy again, and she didn't have morning sickness anymore. So he resumed running in the morning. He was carrying the breakfast he had just bought in his hand. When he saw the sandwich on the table, he looked at Su Qing-sang. Didn't I say that I would buy breakfast today? Why did you do it yourself? Don't you think it's too smoky? I'm just making a sandwich. How can there be smoky smoke? Su Qing-sang never thought of herself as too delicate. Li Qianxue couldn't help but defend Su Qing-sang. It's my fault. I thought I was going to make breakfast for Qing-sang. I didn't expect that I would fail and have to let Qing-sang clean up the aftermath. Mom! Su Qing-sang interrupted her. Why am I the one who's cleaning up the aftermath? You're the one who gave me a chance to perform. Otherwise, I'll forget all my cooking skills next time. You. Li Qianxue didn't know if it was because they had talked it out, but she could really feel that Su Qing-sang's tone was much more casual when talking to her. She was a little happy and a little emotional. No matter how unruly Su Qinghui was, her daughter was a good one. Then wouldn't the breakfast I bought be wasted? What's there to waste? Don't we still have you? After breakfast, because it was still a small long holiday, Su Qing-sang suggested to Li Qianxue that they go shopping. Li Qianxue was also very interested. However, she looked at Su Qing-sang's stomach worriedly. Are you okay? You really don't have to treat me like a doll. I'm in good health. As Su Qing-sang spoke, she even made a fist gesture. Li Qianxue smiled. Hua Jinyao volunteered to be the driver. He took the mother and daughter out. This time, Su Qing-sang wanted to buy a few maternity clothes. She was getting older and older. She could still wear sportswear now, but she wouldn't be able to wear it any later. Not only maternity clothes, but she also liked to go shopping in maternity shops. In the past, she didn't quite understand that kind of feeling. When she saw a baby, she only felt that it was very cute. Now even when she saw a baby, she felt that it was cute. Does this look good? Su Qing-sang held a light blue dress in her hand. Looking at the style, she felt that it was cute. It looks good. Li Qianxue fully affirmed her taste. Buy another set of pink. If it's a boy and a girl, it'll be a boy and a girl. What if it's two boys? Then buy 2 sets of each. Hua Jinyao was very generous. That way, we'll have both boys and girls. This is good. And the one just now, I think we'll buy both. Li Qianxue nodded and suddenly approached Su Qing-sang. You work in the hospital yourself. Is it possible for you to know in advance? It wasn't that she valued boys over girls. It was just that she was simply curious. Mom. Su Qing-sang smiled. I'm a doctor. I can't break the rules, can I? I've told Jinyao that we won't go for that checkup. When the time comes, let nature take its course. Whether it's a boy or a girl, it's a gift from God. That's right. Hua Jinyao nodded. Whether it was a boy or a girl, he liked them all. Speaking of which, you can think of names for the children first. Li Qianxue suggested. Think of 4 names. 2 boys and 2 girls. You can also use them as backup. It's not my turn to do that. Yesterday, Old Master Hua had said that he would personally name his 2 precious great-grandchildren. Of course, that was the reason. With their great-grandfather around, Old Master Hua had to think of it first. In fact, Hua Jinyao and Su Qing-sang had thought of many names during this period of time. But both of them felt that this was good, and that was good. In the end, they simply ignored it and let Old Master Hua worry about it. The 3 of them chatted and laughed for the whole morning. Now Su Qing-sang would sleep for a while after eating. Therefore, after eating outside, Hua Jinyao rushed home with the 2 of them. Hua Jinyao had just parked the car and was about to get out to open the door for Su Qing-sang and Li Qianxue. At this time, the security guard of the community behind him came out. Mr. Hua, you're back? A person came into the community and kept saying that he was a guest of your family. I asked him what kind of guest he was, but he didn't say and refused to leave. The security guards of the community were very responsible. Usually, People who came in and out would only be let in after asking. Su Qinghui and Li Qianxue had been here before, so the security guards knew them. However, the security guards didn't know the person who came today, and he looked very suspicious. Guest. Hua Jingyao raised his eyebrows and saw a man walk out of the apartment door. He looked to be in his 30s. He had a baby face. His facial features were put together, but he didn't look childish. He gave off the feeling that he was a little fresh meat. However, at this time, his slightly plump lips were curled into a smile, giving off the feeling that he was a ruffian. You are. Hua Jingyao was very sure that he didn't know this person at all. At the same time, Su Qingsang and Li Qianxue also got out of the car. The man wasn't Hua Jingyao at all. He directly ran in front of Li Qianxue. Qianxue, I'm here to look for you. Wei Ting. Li Qianxue was shocked when she saw the person. Her eyes were filled with unconcealable shock. Why are you here? No, how did you know I was here? The smile on the man named Wei Ting's face became brighter and brighter. He shook the phone in his palm. Qianxue, have you forgotten what I do? I located your phone yesterday. I flew all the way here to look for you this morning. How is it? Are you touched? What was there to be touched about? Li Qianxue only felt very awkward now. Wei Ting, who gave you the right to locate my phone? Did I agree to you locating my phone? Also, what do you want to do? Are you angry? Don't be angry. Wei Ting put away the smile on his face. It more or less gave people the feeling that he was a little frivolous and indecent. Seeing that Li Qianxue seemed to be really angry, he also put away the mischievous smile on his face. Don't you know how I located it? No matter what, I came back from Silicon Valley. How can such a small matter trouble me? As for what you said I wanted to do, you refused to see me before, and you've been disappearing for the past few days. Then I can only come to look for you. You're looking for me? Why are you looking for me? To pursue you. Didn't I say that? I said that I like you, and I want to pursue you. Su Qingsang, who had been watching all this time, felt that her eyeballs were about to fall out. When she was joking with Li Qianxue, she said that she would bless a handsome young man to pursue her properly. She didn't expect that her words would come true. A handsome young man really did come. Looking at this handsome young man, he was only a few years older than her. Could it be that Li Qianxue was going to find a young stepfather for her? Wei Ting, can you stop causing trouble? Li Qianxue was very embarrassed by his words. Her daughter and son were by her side now. What nonsense was this Wei Ting talking about here? How is it causing trouble? I'm serious. Wei Ting raised 3 fingers. Look, I even chased you all the way to Rong City for you. How can you say that I'm causing trouble? His gaze fell on Su Qingsang, who was at the side, and he said in a somewhat fawning manner, Hello, you're Qianxue's daughter, right? My name is Wei Ting. I'm your mother's suitor. No matter how knowledgeable Su Qingsang was, she was so shocked that her teeth almost fell out when she heard that her mother had a suitor. Hello, Mr. Wei. Su Qingsang forced herself not to reveal a look of surprise. She subconsciously glanced at Hua Jingyao. Wei Ting also looked at Hua Jingyao and took the initiative to extend his right hand. Hello, President Hua. I've heard of you. The Tianyu Group in Lin City is operating very well. President Hua is amazing. You're welcome. Hua Jingyao looked at the other party's outstretched hand, then looked at Li Qianxue, who was standing beside him with an awkward expression, and shook hands with him generously. The smile on Wei Ting's face became even more sincere because of Hua Jingyao and Su Qingsang's friendliness. If there's a chance, I hope to cooperate with your Tianyu group. If there's a chance. Hua Jingyao didn't say anything definite. The man in front of him was Li Qianxue's suitor, and he had chased after her to Rong City. He wasn't sure what would happen in the future. Since that was the case, he chose to observe first. Jingyao. Qingsang. It's really nice to meet you today. As Wei Ting spoke, he moved his body forward. I hope that you can help me put in a good word for me in front of Qianxue, on account of my sincerity. As he spoke, he winked at Su Qingsang. Li Qianxue felt a headache coming on. She turned around and looked at the stunned security guard. I'm sorry, please help me take this person out. What? Wei Ting widened his eyes and looked at Li Qianxue. Qianxue, our two companies are working together. If you throw me out like this, how can our two companies continue to work together? If you want to talk about business, we'll talk about it when I return to Lin City. Now, I can either ask you to leave, or I can ask the security guard to send you away. This is my private time. I don't want to use it to talk about business. Qianxue? Wei Ting waved away the approaching security guard. I came to look for you because I know that this is your private time. After all, every time I go to your company to look for you, you insist that you can't talk about anything other than business in the company. Now that I've finally found you, you say that this is private time, and we can't talk about business? Well, let me ask you, when do you plan to have a good talk with me about the matter between us? Li Qianxue had a headache. She didn't know what was wrong with Wei Ting. Because the two companies were working together, after meeting him twice, Li Qianxue had more contact with him. However, even if there were more of these, it would only be communication between her and Wei Ting regarding the cooperation project and official matters. But some time ago, Wei Ting suddenly said that he liked her and wanted to pursue her. This was simply too ridiculous. Li Qianxue wouldn't believe it at all. In her opinion, Wei Ting was just bored and wanted to look for her as a pastime. He had the leisure, but she didn't want to cooperate. She was too busy carrying forward the Li Corporation. How could she have the time to care about these romantic affairs? It's impossible for me to be with you, and there's nothing to talk about. You can go. Don't do this next time. He chased her all the way to Rong City without even asking. In her opinion, it wasn't sincerity but harassment. Especially since he had even located her phone. This was simply intolerable. What's not possible? Why is it not possible? Wei Ting took a few steps forward and stood in front of Li Qianxue again. Why is it not possible? You haven't even talked to me, and you already say that I can't do it. You should at least talk to me for a while before coming to a conclusion, right? I don't need to talk to you for a while. I can tell you now. Of course it's impossible for us. First, I'm divorced, and according to your own words, you haven't even had a girlfriend. Second, as you can see, my daughter is pregnant, and I'm about to become a grandmother. And you're still so young. How do you think we can be together? It's a good thing that you want to be a grandmother. What does it have to do with me wanting to be with you? Li Qianxue had an inexplicable headache. She, who hadn't slept well to begin with, felt even more tired now. She didn't want to explain. It's not suitable. You can go. Chapter 639. Su Qinghui? Why is he here? How much did he hear? Li Qianxue subconsciously frowned, but she stood there without moving. Su Qinghui had booked a plane ticket back to Lin City in the afternoon. He knew that Li Qianxue wouldn't go back so soon. After thinking about it, he decided to visit Li Qianxue before he left. After what happened yesterday, he knew how much Li Qianxue hated him now. But he couldn't help but want to see her again. Even if he didn't say anything, just looking at her was good enough. However, Su Qinghui didn't expect that he would see such a scene. Li Qianxue actually had a new suitor. A suitor who was only a few years older than her daughter. In fact, over the years, there had been many men who had expressed their admiration for Li Qianxue in the business world. But at that time she was married. Now Li Qianxue had divorced him. For the first time, Su Qinghui realized that if Li Qianxue wanted to, it was very likely that she could end her single life at any time. This was not a good feeling. He had a feeling that Li Qianxue was getting further and further away from him, and it was getting harder and harder to catch up with her. The moment Li Qianxue saw Su Qinghui, Wei Ting also saw him. As Li Qianxue's suitor, of course, he had found out about Li Qianxue's situation. He had seen Su Qinghui before. As a tech upstart, even if he didn't know much about the upper-class society of Lin City before, if he really wanted to, there was nothing he couldn't ask. What's more, Li Qianxue had previously announced that she was cutting off her mother-daughter relationship with Su Peijian. Wei Ting could casually investigate, and he would be able to find out. Li Qianxue and Su Qinghui had been married for more than 20 years. No matter what the process was, they were divorced. Wei Ting's footsteps moved in Li Qinshua's direction without a trace. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, he quickly stood next to Li Qianxue. Su Qingsang widened her eyes at the scene in front of her. She couldn't help but look at Hua Jinyao again. Hua Jinyao squeezed her hand and gestured for her to wait and see. Su Qinghui had come to see Li Qianxue, but now he didn't know what else to say. Li Qianshue's meaning was already very clear yesterday. No matter how much he said, it couldn't stop the two of them from drifting apart in the past 26 years. No, their hearts had never even been together. He looked at the young man who had boldly courted her. He was younger and braver than himself. He was able to chase her all the way to Rong City and openly express his feelings. In this regard, he was inferior to him. Su Qinghui had been very confident. He believed that as long as he persevered and made Li Qianxue understand his true feelings, sooner or later, she would be touched by him and forgive him. But now he was suddenly a little uncertain. Could it be that before he could ask Li Qianxue to forgive him, she had already been with someone else? During the Mid-Autumn Festival, the temperature in Rong City wasn't low at noon. Su Qingsang was pregnant. After standing for a while, she felt unbearably hot. "Dad, why are you here?" Since Li Qianxue didn't speak, she could only speak first. "I came to see you," Su Qinghui said. But his eyes fell on Li Qianxue. "I've booked a flight this afternoon. I came to see you before I left." "Is that so? Do you want to go up and sit for a while?" Su Qingsang wasn't helping Su Qinghui, but she didn't really like Wei Ting, the man who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. She didn't quite agree with Wei Ting's decision to locate Li Qianshue's phone. No. Su Qinghui clearly saw Li Qianshue's expression change because of Su Qingsang's words. She didn't welcome him, so why should he continue to stay? "I'm just here to see you. I'll leave after I see you." It wasn't that Li Qianxue didn't feel Wei Ting standing beside her. She resisted the urge to retreat to the side and let Wei Ting stand beside her. She saw the sadness in Su Qinghui's eyes, and she did feel a sense of pleasure. However, this kind of emotion came and went quickly. Since Su Qinghui had nothing to do with her anymore, why should she care about his feelings? Whether he was good or bad, it was none of her business. Although it seemed refreshing to use another man to make Su Qinghui suffer, she disdained it. So after Su Qinghui turned around, she took a step to the side. Wei Ting quickly turned around and stood in front of her. "Qianxue, did you just come back from shopping? Are you tired? Have you eaten? Why don't we go eat together?" The series of concerned questions made Su Qinghui stop in his tracks. Resisting the urge to turn around, he slowly walked out of the neighborhood. He needed time to think about what to do next. Li Qianxue took a big step back and pulled a meter away from Wei Ting. "Wei Ting, I've eaten. Sorry, you can go eat by yourself." She could have agreed to go eat with Wei Ting to deal a blow to Su Qinghui. However, she really disdained to do so. Wei Ting's face darkened. He looked at Li Qianxue with resentment. "Qianxue, I came all the way here to find you. You're not even willing to have a meal with me?" "I've eaten." "Then can you have dinner with me?" "Sorry, I have to accompany my daughter and son-in-law for dinner." "Then we can eat together." Wei Ting looked in the direction of Su Qingsang and Hua Jinyao as he spoke. "I believe your daughter and son-in-law won't mind, right?" Su Qingsang frowned. When she met Li Qianshue's gaze, she shook her head rather rudely. "I'm sorry, Mr. Wei, but I mind." Wei Ting didn't expect Su Qingsang to be so rude. Su Qingsang didn't look at him at all. She only looked at Hua Jinyao and Li Qianxue. "Jinyao, Mom, let's go up. I'm so hot from the sun." "Qianxue." Wei Ting was anxious and walked in front of Li Qianxue. He had a pitiful look on his face. Unfortunately, Li Qianxue was unmoved. "I'm sorry, Mr. Wei. It's my private time now. Please leave." "I won't." Wei Ting was very persistent, and Li Qianxue didn't stand on ceremony with him. She waved her hand. The security guard, who had been waiting to watch the show, finally had something to do. He stepped forward to block Wei Ting, and he could only watch Li Qianxue and Su Qingsang leave. When they went upstairs, Su Qingsang asked Hua Jinyao to bring the things back to the room. She followed beside Li Qianxue, unable to hide the gossip on her face. "Mom, you and Mr. Wei? Li Qianxue looked at Su Qingsang and was a little helpless. Don't talk nonsense. I have nothing to do with him. Really? But he said he wanted to chase you. You'll believe him? Li Qianxue was no longer an ignorant little girl. She wouldn't believe Wei Ting's words. Maybe it's because I didn't treat him well the first time we worked together. I don't know why he made up his mind and insisted on pestering me. It means that you're infinitely charming, Mom. Su Qingsang's eyes were full of teasing. Alright, let's not talk about him. Anyway, I have no chance with him. Mom, actually I think so. How could he be sincere? You can actually observe him before making a decision. How? Li Qianxue didn't have that intention at all. Even if she had that intention, it wouldn't be towards Wei Ting. Do you know how old he is this year? I'm nearly 20 years older than him. Tell me, what does he love about me? My mom is so good. No matter where she is, she deserves to be loved. Just coax me. Although Li Qianxue said that, she was in a good mood. As for Wei Ting, she really didn't think that there was any possibility between the two of them. In the following time, Li Qianxue continued to accompany Su Qingsang. When Su Qingsang went to work, Li Qianxue used the computer at home to deal with some business matters. When Su Qingsang didn't go to work and stayed at home, she tried her best to improve her relationship with her. A few times, she even pulled Su Qingsang to sleep with her. However, when she went out with Su Qingsang, she would always run into Wei Ting. Rather than saying it was a chance encounter, it was more like an opportunity that he deliberately created. Li Qianxue didn't like Wei Ting and thought that it was impossible for her to be with him. However, she couldn't do it if she wanted to forcefully chase him away. After all, the two families still had a relationship. This caused her to not have a good face every time she saw Wei Ting, who appeared in front of her with a mischievous smile. However, Wei Ting seemed to have a grudge against her. The more she didn't give him a good face, the more he liked to stick to her. After these few days, Su Qingsang could more or less tell that it didn't seem like Wei Ting just wanted to play. However, all of this depended on Li Qianxue's own intentions. Su Qingsang didn't participate or give any opinions. She believed that Li Qianxue could handle these matters well. 10 days later, Old Master Li returned to Lin City. Li Qianxue also decided to go back. Although Su Qingsang was very reluctant, she had no choice but to accept reality. At Rong City Airport, Su Qingsang and Hu Jiniao sent Li Qianxue back to Lin City. Li Qianxue was also reluctant, but there were 2 contracts waiting for her to negotiate in Lin City. If she really wanted to relax, she could only wait for Su Yusen to graduate and come back to lighten her burden. Qingsang, you must take good care of yourself. I know. Su Qingsang nodded. Her eyes were a little hot. Mom, I don't want you to go. Silly girl. Li Qianxue blinked her eyes and suppressed the urge to cry. You're going to be a mother, so you can't be like a child anymore. You're pregnant now, so you're not like usual. Remember to take good care of yourself. I will. Besides, there's still Hu Jiniao. Mom, don't worry. I'll definitely take good care of Qingsang. If you don't take good care of her, I won't let you off. Li Qianxue glared at Hu Jiniao threateningly. When she looked at Su Qingsang again, she held her hand and was about to say a few more words when she saw Su Qingsang slowly approaching behind Hu Jiniao from the corner of her eye. Why was he here again? He was really haunting her. Li Qianxue's brows were tightly furrowed as she watched Wei Ting walk in front of her. Hi Qianxue, what a coincidence. After he finished joking with Li Qianxue, he greeted Su Qingsang and her husband. No matter what, he had to please his future daughter and son-in-law. His attitude was still very important. Li Qianxue didn't believe that there was such a coincidence. Wei Ting, did you locate my phone again? Qianxue, you've really wronged me. This time, I really didn't locate your phone. He had only used his connections to check the airline's booking records. After all, he didn't believe that Li Qianxue would stay here forever. Since she had to go back sooner or later, she naturally needed to book a plane ticket. How smart was he? I just happened to be going back to Lin City. Look, aren't we fated? I don't think so. Li Qianxue wasn't a young girl who knew nothing. She was sure that Wei Ting must have done something. If you want to go back to Lin City, go ahead. I'm not going back. Then where are you going, Qianxue? Do I need to report to you where I'm going? Of course not. Wei Ting quickly waved his hand and looked at Li Qianxue with a fervent gaze. I just want to follow you wherever you go. You can treat me as one of your luggage. I don't have such a big luggage. Qianxue, Mr. Wei, please excuse me. I'm about to board the plane. It's okay, I'll go with you. Wei Ting fully displayed his experience that the thicker his skin was, the easier it was to chase after a girl. Li Qianxue's brows were tightly knitted. Who wants to go with you? I told you. I'm not going back to Lin City. That's great. I can change my flight. Anyway, I'm going with you. We can just treat it as getting used to the trip in advance. After Wei Ting finished speaking, he added 4 words. Honeymoon trip. Wei Ting. Li Qianxue was in a hurry to get rid of Wei Ting. She didn't even say goodbye to Su Qingsang and left. If you continue to talk nonsense, I won't be polite to you. The two of them disappeared at the boarding gate. Su Qingsang turned to look at Hu Jinyao, her eyes full of shock. Why did she feel that there was something wrong with this scene? Jinyao, what do you think of this Wei Ting? It's not easy to come to a conclusion for the time being. He looks good. And there's nothing wrong with him in other aspects. Hu Jinyao told her about the information he had investigated. He's considered a tech upstart. In his early years, when he was studying abroad, he developed a software with his friends. Then that game software was sold at a fairly good price. After that, he used this money as a startup capital and set up his own company with his friend. The cooperation with the Li Corporation this time was also because they installed an internal software on all the computers in your mother's company. That's how they got to know each other. Is that so? These were all work-related matters. What Su Qingsang cared about the most was how a man behaved in private, how he handled himself, and most importantly, how his relationship was. I haven't found any of this for the time being. Hu Jinyao didn't have much information about Wei Ting. It was just what he had just said. I only know that he didn't seem to have a girlfriend when he was in Silicon Valley. His friends said that he kept his chastity like jade and was quite clean. That good. This Wei Ting didn't look young, right? He hadn't had a girlfriend before? This didn't make sense. Yes. Hu Jinyao nodded. At least that's what the information says. Further ahead, it will take time to find out his identity and experience. If you're worried, I'll ask Yang Wenchang to tell you the results in 2 days. Su Qingsang shook her head. There's no hurry. There's no sign of anything happening now. Besides, I believe in my mother's taste. You believe in your mother's taste? Hu Jinyao raised his eyebrows, his eyes a little uncertain. Just based on her taste in your father? Hu Jinyao. Su Qingsang raised her hand to pinch Hu Jinyao's arm. Hu Jinyao wrapped her hand in his palm. All right. Let's not worry about your mother's relationship for the time being. Wei Ting's words just now reminded me of something. What? We've been married for more than a year. But we haven't had a honeymoon together yet. Su Qingsang blinked. Don't tell me that you want to take me on a honeymoon now. Can't I? Su Qingsang looked down at her belly, which was a little bigger than 2 days ago. Now, at this time? Are you sure? Didn't you always say that you're in good health? And that there's no problem at all? Hu Jinyao felt that this suggestion was feasible. If you're willing, I'll take you out to play for a few days. Where to? Su Qingsang was really interested after hearing Hu Jinyao's words. Where do you want to go? Su Qingsang blinked. You don't want to go out, do you? Flying for a long time might cause a certain amount of damage to the fetus. If you want to play in the country, it's fine. It's best to choose the kind that doesn't take too long to drive. Su Qingsang was just saying it casually, but she didn't expect Hu Jinyao to really arrange it. When they came the next Saturday, Hu Jinyao brought her to his newly bought RV. The back of the RV was very spacious. It was very comfortable. Su Qingsang felt like she was sitting on a flat road. She retracted her gaze from the window and looked at Hu Jinyao. When did you buy this car? Don't tell me that you bought it specially to take me out to play. Can I? His woman could never be too spoiled. Not to mention a car. Even if she wanted a yacht or a plane, he could still satisfy her. It's a bit of a waste. Su Qingsang looked at the rather luxurious furnishings in the RV. I've really only seen this on TV. It's okay. If you like it, I'll buy 8 or 10 of them. Paint them in different colors. When the time comes, you can go to a place and drive one. It'll be like a rainbow. That's enough. If he continued to be like this, he would really spoil her. Su Qingsang yawned and looked at the bed in the RV. How long will it take? About 3 hours. You sleep for a while. I'll wake you up when we arrive. What about you? I'll watch over you. Su Qingsang smiled because of his words. She leaned over and kissed the corner of his lips. Then she went to the bed and lay down. She fell asleep. Hua Jinyao took out his notebook and began to deal with work. 3 hours later, Su Qingsang woke up after a good sleep. When she got up, she found Hua Jinyao sitting by the bed and looking at her. You're awake? We just arrived. We arrived. Su Qingsang sat up and looked out of the car window, but she found that she could see nothing but a white wall. Don't look. If you want to see, get out of the car. This is the parking lot. Su Qingsang nodded. Then wait for me. I'll change and tidy up. Okay. Hua Jinyao waited for Su Qingsang to get out of the car together. Only then did Su Qingsang realize that there was a 3-story villa in front of her. There were many kinds of flowers planted in the yard at the entrance, which looked quite beautiful and exquisite. She turned around and was about to talk to Hua Jinyao when she saw a car driving past on the road outside the villa. The open window allowed her to see the person sitting inside. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.